Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. You already know what it is. We back with another one of them things. We back, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, we got ourselves one hell of a night. We got a lot of things to break down with the Ball family, the NBA. We're going to be going all over the landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. It's Friday night. Get your drinks, get your food. It's a party. We about to politic. It's going to be some tough discussions. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. So be prepared. Feelings could get hurt tonight. You know, people could rejoice. You know, it could go either way. We're going to figure this thing out. But it's good to be with the people tonight. Shout out to everybody in the chat early. Make sure you hit the like button. If you new, most definitely hit the subscribe button. It's Flight Sports TV. I got my man All Access with me. Dex, what's the deal? It's Flight Sports TV. You already know what it is, man. We live. What's the deal?
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in the streets. Shout out to the panel as it reaches its premium peak. Shout out to the chat and all of its cacophony spewing out of the cracks and crevices of Flight Sports block. And big ups to everybody pulling up the Flight Sports TV. And as you can see in the background, we finna lay down all our chips and go all in on this topic because we're talking about three sensational young human beings that are participating in the NBA landscape and the music genre of hip hop. Listen, everybody, this is for everybody. I'm not leaving nobody out. There's no exclusivity in this. Please hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Subscriptions are going up, but they're going up kind of slowly. We want to rapid the pace of our subscribers. So please hit that subscription and hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. And we here at Flight Sports TV giving you that Friday night edition of the Flight Sports TV experience. And we got on board with us Flight as well as Marvin, and the panel will swell as we go along. And we want the chat to stay engaged. And listen, chat, there is no handcuffs on you. Do as you will, because I know, as I am, and as all the panel members are currently, are pissed off at what went down in the NBA concerning the All-Star game and All-Star weekend. So we want to unfurl all of the disaster politics that have went down in the All-Star concerning our boy Lamelo Ball. So grab on board. We already know Flight Sports TV is a mechanism of a trustworthy apparatus, and the information that you get tonight, we want to instill in you and take that and take hold of the narrative so mainstream media won't be bossing and pushing and bullying or bombarding any of us around anymore.
Yes, most definitely. Shout out to my man Marv in the house. We got
I'm
Marv
sorry,
in the
guys.
building. We got the legendary Marv back with us. We want to get. We want to play with the people. I know the people ain't come to play tonight. Obviously, let's get into this breaking news. Lamelo. We're gonna get into Jello. Obviously, the tweaker video. He had a complex interview that was very extensive that we must break down. I was going to break it up into some other things, but we're going to discuss that on this live right now. Also, like I said, there's a lot of things with the video. The Ball brothers was involved. We knew it was going to happen. G3 brought the cars out. It was a movie. You understand? So we got to get to that. But we all know what takes precedence right now. This LaMelo Ball situation is disgusting. It's a travesty. There's no other way to slice or dice it. For anybody that is still concerned about the ankle, Melo will be reevaluated in a week. So just hold your horses. But it's a mess, that LaMelo's not on the All-Star game. I had a feeling something like this would occur, but there's no reason why it did. LaMelo led everything with the fan voting. He leads all of these guards in points, assists. I mean, the list goes on. This is a true unfortunate situation. LaMelo has decisions to make. Also, it was something that I want to talk about with the panel. The San Antonio Spurs is inquiring about LaMelo Ball's services.
Oh
So
my God.
there's a lot going on with LaMelo. LaMelo got decisions to make because you telling me if he was in a different situation, he not in the All-Star game. This stuff is affecting a lot of different things. Yeah, we're going to discuss it all. Dex, what's your thoughts on all of this stuff that's going on with LaMelo Ball? What was your initial thoughts? Obviously, he didn't make the start in the situation, which he should have made. He led all fan voting. Then we thought we would get another shot at this situation, and the NBA has left all of us high and dry. The people need answers. All access. What's the deal? It's Flight Sports.
Yes, sir. Salute to the chat and everybody that's engaged right now. Unfortunately, Flight, I'm in a mixed bag, more so of a paradox, because I was raised, groomed, and nurtured on the old style of the NBA. And the old style of the NBA under David Stern and the commissioner before him, can't think of his name, I forgot. But nevertheless, it was about the fans. It was All-Star is a fan experience. And that's what they was feeding, the frenzy of the fans. Who do the fans want to see as a collective to play against another set of collective from the opposite conference? Now we're moving into the big business era and branding wars of corporate media, corporate finance, and corporate entertainment. It's a different ballgame. It's more of a technology than a treat to the fans. They want you to be involved, but they don't want you to have any power. They want you to be involved. Speaking of the fans, they want you to be involved, but they don't want you to have any say so. So what they do is put you up front and then push you out the way and then allow the politics to begin. Because if Adam Silver was sincere about elevating and enhancing the profile of the NBA, which need enhancing, especially globally, then it should have been about the fans. It should have been media vote first, players and coaches vote second, and then as a caboose, throw in the fans to see who get pushed over the top. But what they did was they manipulated the voting by letting the fans go first and letting them have their frenzy and feast on the voting plate, and then erase them by coming back with player coaches and media. So they can alleviate the wave of the interest of the fans. And that which kept LaMelo out to a certain degree. And the Charlotte Hornets' horrible, godforsaken play, demonstration, and bad behavior basketball throughout the first half of the season also contribute to the demise of Lamelo appearing in the second All-Star. So with the Charlotte Hornets messing around, playing around, sequestering their direction and obfuscating their interest in players to be traded and players incoming, it just caused a bunch of confusion amongst the players. And so a lot of the players was playing tangentially and walking on eggshells. And that's something you don't want in your locker room. And that's something that is forbidding if you're trying to instill a winning culture. You don't want nobody feeling uncomfortable, thinking that they're not going to be a part of something moving forward and they got to move their family and now they're distracted with off-court antics instead of being comfortable and feeling solidified within the organization so they can play hard, move forward, keep their kids in school, and things of that nature. Charlotte is already a hard destination to land anybody, even through trade. We see what happened with the kerfuffle with Westbrook. We see what happened with the trade with Reggie Jackson. We see what happened with the trade with Kyle Lowry. I mean, come on, Kyle Lowry rejecting Charlotte Hornets in his latter years of basketball. I mean, come on, really? So, I mean, even Tony Parker went to Charlotte. So something got to be going on in the Charlotte Hornet organization that players know from behind the scenes that they just don't want to be a part of. And I'm telling you, LaMelo Ball is not included in the problems with Charlotte Hornets. LaMelo Ball is a type of young player that you want to be around. You want to help mentor or instill some kind of information that will be attached to his legacy moving forward. But no, it's something going on in Charlotte because I just think the Charlotte Hornets organization and the Charlotte Hornets players want to be too much like Atlanta. And there's no way you can be Atlanta because the demographics in Charlotte is different than the demographics in Atlanta, no matter how much you want to facsimile or copy what's going on in Black culture up in Atlanta, GA. So, Flight, I just think that Lamelo is very distraught over this because, like I said, we grew up under the auspice of fans get what they want, right? Because fans, they can scream on a player, talk crazy to a player, as long as you don't throw anything on the player, the fan can have their experience. But now the NBA is saying it's too much money involved, despite we talking about low viewership, despite we talking about new collective bargaining agreements. We're not going to give you what you want, and we don't care if you watch it or not because the advertising slots for the All-Star game has already been sold, and there's no more slots available. So we don't need to incur any kind of fantastical player that can galvanize new interest in the NBA. They do not care. They got their money. All contracts are fulfilled, and people like LaMelo Ball are thrown to the wayside because his brand, his demeanor, and his popularity supersedes the NBA. And LaMelo Ball really don't need any attaching to the logo to enhance and profile his brand.
Most definitely, Dex. A lot of people are concerned what's going on. We're gonna get to everything. I got my man Marvin in the house. Marv, the people would like to hear your thoughts. I know you've been patiently waiting.
Yeah, man. Yeah, first of all, I want to say, hey, man, salute out to everybody, man. I hadn't been in, on the stream for a while, man. Life is a journey if I ever told one, but that's not what this conversation is about. You have to excuse my sound because I'm just coming through Walmart in Anchorage, Alaska. But, to what Dex is saying, listen, guys, we have talked about that organization for a while, and we're not here to harp on them, but they got to make better decisions. Real simple. I mean, come on, man. You wasting talent over here. We all know what that actually can be. We all frustrated with. Yes, we are. So I say this. I am at this time because I'm out. I really want to be kind of quiet. But when I get home, because I'm not getting off, I'm gonna really have something to say. But first of all, I want to say again, great being back on the straight, man. And Dex, hey man, come on. What are we looking for over here? Tell me the truth.
Good point. But to be honest with you, the Charlotte Hornets, man, this is unfortunate. I want to get into the reports that the San Antonio Spurs are inquiring about the services of Lamelo Ball. I definitely, hey, I mean, if they can pull it off, I don't think it's something that can happen right now, but I do think it's something that could brew if the Hornets could ever. You always have to go back to the teams that was in the mix early, and the Spurs. These are the reports, y'all. So what's your thoughts on that, Dex? That the Spurs are interested in getting Lamelo with Victor Wembanyama.
Flight, you know what? That would be an awesome sight, and I know the NBA will definitely push for that. But like I said before, Lamelo can exist without being attached to the logo, so he don't need the logo to push him nowhere. Lamelo loves Charlotte. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Even though I feel he should go, but this young 23-year-old loves Charlotte. He loves the environment. He loves the aesthetics. He loves just being in an area where he can see some thriving black people, and there is no violence. Not no violence, but low violence, and that is something that he can get used to, and he can live there forever. But it's going to come a time where LaMelo's team is going to whisper in his ear, because you got to remember. Let me tell you something. I'm telling you something behind the scenes. I'm telling you something from behind the scenes. LaMelo Ball team wants to move into a bigger market because LaMelo is already an economic powerhouse. Already, LaMelo is an economic powerhouse. But LaMelo's team that he listens to, that he trusts, wants to move him in a larger market in order for the team to have more on their plate. The Charlotte environment can only give them so much. I mean, they looking to get into a top 5 city, and they trying to convince LaMelo that Charlotte cannot facilitate his growth overall. Because when you talk about LaMelo, you're talking about an entity all into himself, outside of Big Baller Brand, outside of Lonzo and Liangelo, outside of LeVar, outside of Rock Nation. When you speak LaMelo, so his team wants him in a greater market, but LaMelo is hesitant because most greater markets is filled with violence, and he don't want to leave a kingdom. I'm gonna call it a kingdom. Charlotte, North Carolina is LaMelo's kingdom until Bryce Young start winning games. Once Bryce Young start winning games, then maybe they will share it, and then maybe LaMelo might bounce. As long as there's nothing in Charlotte, but there's things outside of Charlotte, Wake Forest, North Carolina, Duke, NCAA, and some of those programs that have excelled in various sports. But the Charlotte area, which is the largest city in North Carolina, LaMelo is the king. So he is a big fish in a small pond. And he enjoys that because he can control the narrative. And the people that's out there that help spiral the narrative on the Melo Ball off court antics and on court antics are very secure in protecting Lamelo because he represents the pride of the city. So Lamelo feels good about that because Lamelo has been exposed. Lamelo have been exploited to some degree, right? And so now he sits in his honeycomb and make honey. But his team is saying the honeycomb is not big enough for all of us. So we have to try to spread and conquer other markets. Just like countries, when they get too big, they have to go and look for extended land, whether it's on that continent or other continents, and they have to go out and colonize. So in this financial NBA market, the Melo's team is looking to colonize other territories that are major market. And so if his brand expand, then the team can eat, and there will be no restrictions and there will be no constrictions. And this is something LaMelo has to tangle with. You're not going to hear this. You ain't going to hear this because nobody's not even talking about it. Not even LeVar. It's not even talking about it. There's so many things people mad at LeVar because he mentions certain things about LaMelo, but there's a lot of things he does not mention. There's a lot of things he does not mention because he want to protect his son. And also, what he have told me, a lot of things he don't mention about LaMelo when I asked him is because he don't want to encourage LaMelo to be over emboldened. He wants LaMelo to be more savvy and media friendly. He doesn't like when LaMelo out there cursing the media. He doesn't. That rips him because that ain't how he nurtured and groomed LaMelo, him and Tina. But like you said, LaMelo is old man, so he do what he do because he feel emboldened that LeVar is his dad. This is what LaMelo will tell you. My pops gave me all the confidence in the world. You know what I'm saying? Even when LaMelo growing up, you can't touch LaMelo. Only person who can touch LaMelo is LeVar. Anybody else touching LaMelo, you got problems. You follow what I'm saying? That's one son he will go to battle for physically. His other sons, he feel they're capable of handling their own weight. But LaMelo is his golden child. So if the Charlotte organization doesn't see it that way, then he will encourage his son to move to greener pastures. Because it's all about growth and development. It's not about getting stomped and stunted and arrested your development when it comes to financial booming. And this is what a lot of people don't want to understand. See, let me tell you, people are so selfish, right? When it comes to LaMelo Ball, because they want to enshrine him in their content. And enshrining LaMelo Ball in their content, sometimes they confabulate. They might not mean to, but it's only the path that you would have to take if you're trying to keep LaMelo Ball in this certain circumference. LaMelo Ball is groomed, raised, and nurtured to expand. He gave Charlotte 5 years. And in 5 years, he couldn't get it done. In 5 years, he's not going to get it done. Not that he don't want to, not that he's incapable of, but Charlotte don't want it done. Michael Jordan didn't want it done, and the new regime didn't want it done. They do not want to rush the process to win. That's not in their capacity to govern the organization of the Charlotte Hornets. They do not want to win right now. And the way that they are seeded in their motion dictates that what I'm saying is very indicative of their hesitation to go out and spend all the money that they got to try to be a playoff contender. They don't have to be no championship team, so we don't want to hear that. Oh, they ain't gonna be no championship team, so watch it. No, that ain't how it works. You get into the playoffs. When you get into the playoffs, your roster, your coaching staff makes extra money. The more games you play, the more money they make. So if the top don't want that to happen, then they're going to make moves or non-moves to make that happen. So the Charlotte Hornets have become motionless. And I don't want to hear about no Josh Oskogie. Come on, really? He had his chances. Because whatever Josh Oskogie do for the Charlotte Hornets, he's still doing it for a bad team. Now, Josh Oskogie would be more valuable if they add more pieces that are needed for the Charlotte Hornets. Other than that, it's just what we call window washing. Just like they did with Montrezl Harrell, window washing. Just like they did with Isaiah Thomas, window washing. Good players, but not good enough to get them over the hump. And that is what is a sore eye for the new regime. Because I know I'm a little long-winded, but I'm going to land it. Because when they went in to buy this team, Gabe and Rick, when they went in to buy this team, they had already did their research. They had already seen that the Charlotte Hornets was one of the most profitable, not price, not value, but one of the most profitable teams in the NBA. I think it was only either 3 or 2 teams that was more profitable than the Charlotte Hornets. And that was Golden State, New York, Los Angeles Lakers. As far as making profit, not as far as value, but making profit from what they spent and what they got back. And that's because you got Lamelo Ball and also the enhancement of Brandon Miller and all of the controversy and cavalcation went into the Brandon Miller scoop situation, garner interest from not only just pundits, but even casual fans got into the foray of Brandon Miller and Scoot Henderson, and that helped bubble the interest and finances of Charlotte Hornets. They already had Lamelo. They already knew what he was doing. And it was steadily going up every year. It was going up until that one year Lamelo got hurt. Then it kind of plateaued. Brandon Miller come in, it kind of inched it a little bit because of the hoopla or the piffle. You could say the piffle of that situation. So they knew that they was going to be profitable going into the ownership of the Charlotte Hornets. So there is no excuse that give them a reason to pause. There is no excuse for the Charlotte Hornets organization to fall back on putting the best foot forward for them. So playoffs should have been the number one aim for the Charlotte Hornets coming into this season. Not let's see and wait. What are you going to see and wait for? Think about this. What are you going to see and wait for? Are you trying to see and wait to see if Melo can make it through a full season? Is that what you're waiting on? If that's the case, okay, I can give you a slight benefit of the doubt. But after that horrible season, when Melo went down, and you guys was at the bottom of the totem pole, You should have been so fierce and financially ready to push the chips in the middle to at least get the Charlotte Hornets in a 6 seed, to at least get them to the level of Orlando Magic, at least get them to the level of the Indiana Pacers, which is not very difficult. And yet, Lamelo has yet to play with an all-star in 5 years. The only all-star Lamelo played with since he been a Charlotte Hornet, do you know who the only all-star he played with? Himself. He's the only all-star that he played with since he been a Charlotte Hornet. We ain't counting no Gordon Hayward. You know why? Because Gordon Hayward was a shell of his own self. Gordon Hayward came to the Charlotte Hornets a broken player, irreparable. Gordon Hayward is the modern day Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king horses and all the king men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Gordon Hayward was a shell of his old self. So you can't use any of his accolades coming into the Charlotte Hornets, coming down off that lofty hill up in Beantown, Boston, Massachusetts. You can't do it. You'll be a fool or an insane person to try to do that. Matter of fact, the wise intelligence of the basketball community will be questioning you if you are an insensate being if you try to use Gordon Hayward accolades coming into Charlotte as if that should be enough. You feel me, Marvin? Oh, okay. We'll wait till Marvin gets back. Yeah, if that should be enough. Shame on you who keeps going for the okie doke. Shame on you for being an apologist for the new regime. Shame on you to ignore or even obfuscate information that are detrimental to the regime and moving forward. So my only gripe for the Melo Ball not making the All-Star, and I got to be honest with you, he got hurt a lot this season, but it was in and out. He missed a lot of games. He's, about 3 games disqualified for any award, which he could have been up for most improved. That would have been a nice award, because if you get a most improved, that means it's hard for any of the analysts, the pundits, the blowhards to disregard your approach to the game. So even though All-Star was probably on the top of his agenda, but it wasn't the apex of his agenda. I'm telling you what the apex of the Melo agenda was. All NBA team. He wanted to be a top 15 player in the NBA. He still got action in the second half of the season, but it looks very bleak that he would reach that goal. So that's struck down. 2, he want to be a 2-time All-Star and represent the Queen City in San Francisco. And last but not least, most improved player coming back from injury, or comeback player of the year coming back from injury. But right now, it looks like Lonzo might have that locked for comeback player of the year. But him and Lamelo was in race for that, because both of them coming off of injury, season-ending injury, and both of them was having stellar moments on the basketball court. Albeit Lonzo was more well-rounded than Lamelo's, because Lamelo was more offensive, but yet his offensive was very impressive. And now, once again, Lamelo Ball succumbed with his fragile ankles to a bizarre injury as he was walking backwards celebrating a 3-point shot. against the Lakers, and I think he stumbled on was it Vanderbilt? Tip of his shoe, and most of these NBA shoes are soft. These are soft treaded shoes, and he hit the back of his shoe, and that was it. Ankle gave in. I believe that ankle was already a little hurt. I believe. I mean, I don't have no information on that, but I believe that ankle was already leaning to be somewhat disjointed, because it's very difficult for me to believe of all the NBA I have watched to see an injury take you out like that. When you're walking backwards, even though you're not paying attention to what's behind you, and this idiot is still right there. What is he there for? The shot already went in. Go get back. Get back into your offensive set while you're up under Lamelo. And he bumped shoes. His ankle gave way. So his lower extremity did not get the protection that it needed from those accessories down there. And I believe that cost him an all-star bid. And so now here we go with the innuendos from the NBA and the pundits. See, the pundits are saying, hey man, if you listen to us, we will favor you. You know what I'm saying? If you listen to us, you see this kingdom down here on this 94 feet floor, we will make you one of the gods of the NBA. If you listen to us, this is what the pundits are saying. This is what the analysts are saying. This is what the commentators are saying, because they're all a part of the same union. They're all part of the same union. Media. So they want Melo out of Charlotte. They want Lamelo to be with someone that he can help get over the hump, not someone coming to help Lamelo get over the hump. They want Lamelo to be the assistant. They want Lamelo to be the employee, not the employer. And that's something that is going to be hard for Lamelo to bargain with. But I'm going to tell you something. I already told you something about his team and how they whispering in his ear with the murmurs of trying to move to a larger market, because you did what you can do with Charlotte. There's nothing else you can do, because the organization seems that they're in your way. The organization seems determined that they're not ready to win till 2031. And they just want to waste you away until then. Listen, Nick Barkley, before he left Philadelphia, was a premier playoff and all-star. At least the big ticket, Kevin Garnett, before he left Minnesota, he was in the Western Conference Finals playing against Shaq and Kobe. Before Carmelo Anthony left Denver, he was in the Western Conference Finals playing against Kobe. So on and so on. Ray Allen, before he left Milwaukee, he was constantly in the playoffs and all-star. So a lot of these players that have given themselves to these organizations for a lengthy amount of time, they were still somewhat winning and playing past the 82-game regular season mark. Twice Lamelo have played past the 82 regular season game mark, but he only played 83 games, and that's because they added the play-in tournament. If it wasn't for no play-in tournament, Lamelo would never have any extended season experience, although both of them ended badly. And that's a mark that Lamelo can't help, because the so-called best player on their team, according to Mitch Kupchak, was Gordon Hayward, and Gordon Hayward wasn't present for either one of those play-in tournaments. So you can't mark that against Lamelo. He was a rookie and a sophomore. So that's what you're gonna do, really? Really? He's learning to acclimate himself into the NBA. And then you want to blame him for not winning the in-season tournament, or he had a pretty bad showcase? One of the showcases Lamelo had against the Atlanta Hawks, which was the second in-season tournament, he went just as Trae Young went. I think Trae Young was 8 for 28 and Lamelo was 7 for 27. But Trae Young had a better collective that propelled him over the Charlotte Hornets. And they beat the Charlotte Hornets convincingly, even though Trae Young went like 8 for 28. And Lamelo went, I think, 7 for 26 or something to that nature. They relatively had the same game. But the difference was Trae Young's game was more superior than LaMelo's game. And they advanced. Even though they got wiped by Philadelphia. Philadelphia wiped them out. But Trae Young still advanced because his game, his collective, was much better and superior than LaMelo's collective. Yet, Gordon Hayward, the best player in the Charlotte Hornets uniform, teal and purple, according to Mitch Kupchak, was non-available. Marvin, how you doing over there? You back? Your mic hot?
I'm good.
Yeah, I just want to pass it. I wanted to pass it to you to share a few words on this here.
Yeah, man, I'm just getting back in. Yes, I mean, I've been listening. I apologize for my silence. But, it's a different world up here. But, wow, man, I hear everything that you're saying seriously. And it's been an ongoing saga, as I can say. I know divorces are hard to come by, but it might be the case in this time. You know what I mean? I apologize for even saying it. I mean, you got a great young man who has great talent, can really help other teams, can really contribute to a championship team, and you're depriving him of it. So, listen, oh man, it's so much to be said in that situation. It really is. I'm a little bit ragged right now because I just got back in, but I hear you. Can't leave her on because I got a couple of things I got to do right quick, but I ain't leaving. Got a whole lot to say. Wow. I mean, come on, guys. I'm more of a realist. And really, I am. And that's truly in the sense of how much I love all sports. And I love my Bulls, but I'm a realist. Are we good enough? Are we ready? I mean, we can all believe that our team is the best, but do we really believe it? In Melo's case, come on, man. I mean, you look at the team around it. Dex, you mentioned earlier. They hadn't been playing well. And that could be due to so many different factors. But it makes him look bad. It reflects on him, guys. It's just what it is. And hey, man, when you're dealing with that, it's the love of money, Hey, man, money. Sometimes are you happy or are you not? Then in his case, I think it'll work out. He's a young man. I don't see a future with this team simply because they won't put nothing around him. I think we can all agree with that. To everybody who loves the Charlotte Hornets, including me, sometimes we have to just, come to our own conclusions on things. And as much as you speak, as much as I speak, performance on the floor actually speaks for itself. What they do on the floor and how well they perform, and it could be contributed to so many things. We're not happy with the coach, not being, trained properly, so many things. But then it shows on the court. And then to be a professional organization, there's a standard. I think we all understand that. So, look, I'm not here to go left or right. It is what it is. I wish the best for the man. You know that, and I definitely do. I can definitely see a future, definitely, but is it with this team? I don't know. So I say this. Uh, as soon as I say this, I have to go right now. I'm just gonna mic out right now because I got a call coming in. But Dex, I'll be right back.
I appreciate you, Marv. I want to get into this music video from Liangelo Ball. Obviously, the song Tweaker was just a movie. We all know what that was about. It just sent everybody in the frenzy. It's still going on. This very well could be Song of the Year. This would be epic if it does, because at the timing that it came out, um, it's just like I said, he dropped the Song of the Year, and it could be back to back, in my humble opinion. This is just ridiculous what's going on with Liangelo right now. Um, Also, I want to point out you had his brothers involved in the video. A lot of people wanted to know who would be in the video, what's going on. Also, Liangelo confirmed that the remix is already done. That's another thing that people don't understand. And he has a legend on it. They didn't announce the legend, they blurred that out. But there's a legendary rapper who is on the remix, and the remix is already done. The song is finished. I just want to let y'all know. So let's stop speculating about the remix. And I told the people, do not rush this song. A lot of people want to, rush and rush music out. People are still loving the record that's going on right now. It doesn't make any sense to jump the gun at all. Um, Dex, in your opinion, how do you like what happened with the video? Were you impressed? Were you surprised to see the Ball brothers? Did you expect to see LeVar? Were you satisfied with the production of the video?
Well, first of all, I know LeVar wasn't going to be in the video. He's leaving that up to the youngsters. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a youngster type song. The lyrics in that song, and LeVar's scope on life is incompatible. So he wasn't gonna be in that video. But he supports it because he used it to market um, his BBB brand and BBB wheels. So he used it to market as a marketing ploy to garner support towards his brand. But the video itself, Flight, I like the video. He had all of his brothers in there. Lonzo driving the big Hummer, you know what I'm saying, and the Melo in the back, you know, doing his thing. You know what I'm saying. I thought it was very fitting that he brought all the brothers together, because when the last time we've seen all the brothers together, we have yet to get an appearance of LaMelo Ball on the Way Show. But now, since LaMelo is not a part of the All-Star gathering, there's a chance that LaMelo Ball could join the Way Show. Because, like I told y'all before, I don't know how many of y'all was really listening, that the only reason why he was really not on the show, not that he was beefing with anybody, because they all hang out when they're together anyway, because Melo wanted to be taken seriously. He wanted the NBA and all of its lore to take him as a serious basketball player. So he didn't want to extend himself outside the scope of basketball unless it had something to do with his own branding. Outside of that, LaMelo just wanted to play ball. He didn't want any other distractions. It was best at some cases for him not to be on the show. You see how Liangelo start popping out. And we all know Liangelo is a reserved personality when it comes to the public. But he popped out on that the Way Show and surprised the world and surprised all of the listeners who have partaken in that show. His personality just bloomed, and it was so charming that we took a liking to Liangelo outside of his frustrating journey to becoming a fixture in the NBA, right? Now, not frustrated to him. I'm not saying his journey is frustrating to him. But I'm saying to us who wanted him in the NBA, we were saying, oh, he's been blackballed, oh, he's shadow banned, oh, he's wearing BBB, and they don't want to be. We thought of all kinds of reasons why Liangelo was not in the NBA. I mean, people was just throwing shit out their ass and hoping it stuck on the wall. But in reality, Liangelo was dealing with some injuries that he just couldn't get over, or the NBA teams that he tried out for didn't want to wait for them to heal. Now, one thing that we did notice with this tweaker video and the complex interview, and anytime Liangelo speaks, Flight, what we haven't heard.
What you mean? What you mean?
We haven't heard anything about Mexico.
Oh yeah. You know, I
No
don't
matter
want
what
to go there.
platform he's on, it's almost like it's a given to not talk about Jalisco Astros. You would think that was his last stint in a professional uniform. And we don't hear anything about that. And I'm curious to why. Why we don't hear anything about his last stint in a professional uniform. We even had one of his teammates here on Flight Sports TV in an extensive interview. And I think he let the cat out the bag, Flight. Brother Michael, he let the cat out the bag. When he talked about them gunshots close to the hotel. That was it. We already know it's cartel action. You feel me? And it's a possibility that there's some cartel action going on with the Jalisco Astros. Because you don't hear anything. You just say, well, I got injured again. Man, that sucked. And so, you know, I couldn't heal fast enough to get back. No. Oh, he hurt his ankle. We're going to the United States to heal. Bye. We know.
You not on pause. Watch your fucking mouth.
Talk to me nice.
Hey,
I
Belize,
was waiting.
What's the deal, Belize?
Come on, Belize, you go ahead and go, man. Because I might be talking too much, so I need to shut up. So go ahead, Belize.
Nah. I was letting you do your thing, big boss. I was letting you hold it down. You know, he live on Flight, so you know I had to let it be known. What's the word, though, guys? What the conversation where we starting at? Because
anywhere you want, Melo.
Video out right now. It's for trending right now.
Yeah, we can go there. We was talking Melo, but we can go. We was talking. You just kind of jumped right in. Pause. We could talk about this video. You know, you had Melo, you had Lonzo,
you had the brothers in there supporting.
Yes. What was your thoughts when you seen the video at first, man? When I first heard it, I ain't gonna lie. When I first seen the video, I ain't gonna lie. I was driving. I was gonna pull over, but I just watched it while I was driving. And then once the song came on, I started singing all the words. You know,
my thing. So for me, the thing that got me was that I was already expecting the video because I seen when he dropped the teaser that it was coming out tomorrow. So I was already expecting it, but I forgot the time. So I waited till like I went on break and I watched it at my job and shit. But this shit was fire, bro. And I was happy to see the brothers in there supporting. It had Debo in there in the cut. It had old boy from the I forget his name, but the dude who do the podcast with was in there. Everybody was in there dripped out. He had all the cars out. He had the girls looking good. He had his baby moms in there. I love that. That looked dope as fuck. Yeah, I love that. That was dope. He killed that.
She was in the video.
Nah, she wasn't. I like that. I like that she wasn't because she was like giving him his full attention, and I love that from him.
Right.
Like you feel me? But I know she was back seeing it. She probably helped with the girls and all that.
You know she helped with them girls.
Yeah, you know
that's what she's about.
That's LA all day. But that's what I'm saying. But I love the fact that she played the back scene. Like you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the podcast was, not the podcast now. The interview that he did in New York was dope. Complex, Speedy, dope. I do feel like Speedy was trying to play like he was trying to get he was playing stupid.
Devil's advocate. Yep.
Yeah, like he was trying to play stupid and trying to play trying to get a viral moment out of it. But Jello was so trained, like he washed him up.
So what you think about Speedy asking him about the Cameron issue?
Who bound?
Yo, you
And
know
he
what's funny?
and he didn't go
You
into
know,
it the way
Flavor.
he's supposed to. See, that's
Yeah,
what I didn't like about it.
And that's what,
See,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was gonna say next. He didn't go into it like how he was supposed to. But you know what I feel like he gave? He dropped the jewel. So I think it's going to be two things that you could go from that interview. That remix is going to either have 50 Cent on it or it's going to have Nelly on it.
Wayne.
Huh?
What about
that
Wayne?
would be funny if he got 50 on it. That'd be kind of funny.
Nah, I think it's going to be. I think it's either going to be 50 or it's going to be. You know what? It could be Wayne too because he did say Wayne was one of his idols.
Yep,
I'm gonna go
sure
out on
did.
the limb.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go out
but
on the limb. I'm
I
gonna go
was
with
thinking about
Snoop.
all the idols he said, and then they was trying to spin. I think it's yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Snoop, Kendrick.
No, it ain't gonna be Snoop. It ain't gonna be Snoop.
Nah,
Somebody
it's not
West
gonna be Snoop.
Coast, the game.
No, it ain't gonna be Snoop.
It's
I'm
not
gonna
gonna
go
be
with the
Snoop. That's not
game.
Snoop type
I
of
think
beat.
it's gonna be a non-Cali rapper.
Nah, I
Yeah,
don't
me
know.
too. Me too. That's why I'm thinking. That's why I went with. That's why I went with 50 first. Cause the one because that was in New York and everything. The way how it was sounding, it was sounding like it was a 50. Like 50 got on there.
And then look at it like this, Belize. 50 made music like that, right?
Yeah,
He had the
exactly.
Magic Stick. And he
Mhm.
had Disco Inferno. Lil Wayne made music like that, right?
But
6 feet.
and then Nelly
Um,
too.
yeah, Nelly definitely made Hot in Here. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
you know.
So
So it
yeah,
could definitely go all those ways. But you know what? I'm not gonna lie. You know what it made me do after I watched that video? It made me go back in the archives, flight. I
I was
promise
gonna
you, I
say,
think we
yo,
I think
I
I
swear to
think we
God,
struck
I was
gold
gonna
with
say
this
that
one.
before you.
It made me stroll back into the archive. So you know what I was doing these last couple of days, or
Bro,
I would say like the last day, and maybe more so into today too. I was watching a lot of the ball family. I went back and I watched I was watching some of the season 1, season 2, and all that good stuff because bro, it's really giving like you gotta go back. You gotta go back and see how we got to where we at right now. Like you know what I'm saying, bro? Because you talking almost 10 years ago, right? Like they with Jello and everything with what they was building, it's crazy when you look back on it in hindsight, especially when you watch it in the real time. Like I was watching that with the Lamelo versus the Kuzma vibe, bro. The way he violated Kuzma, he was only 16 at that time. Kuzma was talking all that shit, and to see where we at right now with Kuzma and Lamelo, both of them on Puma. Kuzma don't got his own signature shoe. Lamelo do. Like everything he said at 16 came through. Like it's so crazy, bro, to watch that shit, bro. It's hilarious, bro. To see Jello with the #1 song out right now, to see the brothers is healthy playing ball is crazy. To see Lamelo got all of the votes and did not even get selected in, let's get into that. It's crazy.
but see that we talked about that earlier, Belize. And like I said, it's conspiratorial. You know what I'm saying? And like I
Bro,
said, chatting in.
it shows though. It shows when you
Yeah.
watch it. When you watch, oh man, it shows now, especially because you
Hold,
talking
hold,
about the
hold on one
NIL
second,
deals,
Belize.
everything in that. Oh my fault. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, just hold on one second. Just let me give a shout out to everybody. Shout out to Ali Payne. Shout out to Slim Cahoot. Shout out to Thunder Junkin. Uh, definitely shout out. Excuse me. Definitely shout out Basil Carpenter Jr., Slim Cahoot, fixtures of Flight Sports TV. Um, shout out to where I saw him at. Come on, I saw him. Come on, bro. Where you at? Yeah, Herbal Man. Yeah, because we ain't seen Herbal Man in a minute. I'm thinking Herbal Man is he a Pelican fan? I'm not for sure, but I remember him from back in the day. Herbal Man, and shout out to Daniel Berry Sports Highlight. Shout out to all you good brothers. Plant Base 15. Long time no see. Um, and like I said, Basil Carpenter Jr. and Jake Simpson. Shout out to everybody coming in early. The Golden Child won. Shout out to him. Yes, you definitely was early today, and I hope you're still around as the
Yo, hold on,
stream
hold on.
goes up and down.
Let me get into Pain real quick. Pause. Yo, bro, he said if want it to be a classic. You want it to get Drake. Nah, you definitely don't. Or Cameron. If Jello would really wanted to make it a classic and make it, besides it already being a classic, all for that. Like if he want to make it a commercialized, because Drake would have never pushed the needle on this song. First of all, because it would make no sense. Neither would Cameron at this point, right? I mean, Cameron will be it will be nice, but if not that, I think Jim Jones would be the second person for it. With
Hey,
the wave that
excuse
Jim
me, guys.
Jones got out right now, I think it will be Jim Jones.
Excuse me, guys. I just wanted to step in a second because if I'm listening correctly, is this Believe?
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, man, how you doing, man? It's Marvin.
Hey, what up, Marvin? How we doing, brother?
I'm doing good, man. Good to hear from you, man. I'm in the background right now because I'm here with the boys, but I'm gonna get on
No
strong
problem.
here in just a minute, man.
Go ahead, take your time.
Want to
Go
hang
ahead,
in this
handle it.
stream, man. We're gonna stay tight tonight.
Nah, yeah. I'm here too with my guys and my bro. We over here chatting. They on their other little stream platform doing their thing. So I had to just chime in real quick because I had to chop in on this topic because this this
Okay.
this
All
this
right.
this Pakistri with Lamelo is crazy.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, just give us a second here, and no, it's a medicine. Give us a second. Give me a second here, and I'll be back with you guys in just a second.
Yeah, you already know. Appreciate you, Marv. But no, this is some real crazy stuff. You know what's going on.
So I
Liangelo,
think, but look, hold on, my fault, my fault.
no,
You
you
say
good? Keep going.
that. Oh, because the only thing I wanted to get on was the Melo topic real quick because that really with the voting thing. You see how they let the coach who got the most wins, so which was the Cav coach, and he just picked two of his players, Garland and Mobley. Like that's just crazy. Like I don't think all three of them deserve to be at the dance.
Not Garland. Garland definitely, but Mobley, you know, you got a good case for Mobley, but not Garland. I don't think Garland should be there. But like I said, you know, Kenny Atkinson is known as the point guard whisperer, and he brought his point guard.
But the fans don't want to see that, bro.
Who they already just shoved boo boo in our face by disregarding the fans. See, Belize, this is how it went. Just think about this, Belize, right? Because you're a smart individual. We all know how sharp you is. They put the fans out there first, right? They got the fans out there first ahead of the All-Star game to garner the interest, to get it at a crescendo. And then they pushed the fans out the way like if you was shoving snow. Then they brought in the media. Then they brought in the coaches and players. You follow what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
once the fans got out the way, that weight of the fans is light now.
Yo, I heard Brian say that he had Lamelo on number 7 for his guards. So I'm like, yo, bro, like what? The fans said what they said, but you as media, you vote him number 7 on your guards. So you pick
that's out of the loop, right? 7 is out the loop.
6 other guards before him, and that's just him. So I could just imagine what other people was doing. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, Belize, I'm gonna share this with you, Belize. This is a well-known fact, right? Within the Charlotte Hornets organization, is that they're not trying to win right now.
Oh, of course.
And so the onus of LaMelo Ball to put up these gargantuan numbers after coming off of a season-ending injury was necessary. But they're going to use that against LaMelo because LaMelo operates outside of the shield. Think about that. The logo. Excuse me, not the shield. The shield is football.
The
logo. You understand what I'm saying, police?
Oh, of course. You know what I want to give you? You know what I peeped up? I peeped a nugget too. And I want to share this with you. I couldn't wait to come on this channel to share it. Yo, while I was watching the show, you know who I see he got a real good relationship with? The general manager for the Suns. What's your boy name? Watson, Eric Watson. That's his name, right? Who's
Oh, you talking about Watson that went to UCLA?
That's the guy.
Earl Watson. You talking about Earl Watson?
Earl Watson. Sorry, Earl Watson.
Yeah, Earl Watson. Yeah.
Earl Watson. That's the dude who from Seattle though, right? He from Seattle originally, but now
I think so. Yeah. He went. Yeah, exactly.
He got the
right.
Phoenix. He got the Phoenix.
Yeah, he up there with Zach LaVine. Yeah.
Yeah. So when I was watching back on it, right, I peeped that he also helped with the JBA.
Yeah, that's right. Come on with it now.
You know what I'm saying? So like, and I was looking like how
He
they got these.
didn't help. Hold on a second. Let's put it in perspective.
I'm just talking about help recruit the players.
No. Let me put it in perspective. He didn't help with the JBA. He was a part of the JBA. So that's
Okay, that's
that.
even better.
I know we parse the words, but it's more depth when you say a part than help. Because remember, he was a commissioner, Earl Watson, of the JBA.
Okay.
He was a Phoenix Suns coach because he the one to put Booker in the spotlight, right?
Right.
He the one to define system player and non-system player, right?
Right.
He brought that to the spotlight. Nobody really knew about that term, system player, non-system player. Earl Watson brought that to the term on Gil Arenas' platform, right? So, and he spoke about LaMelo Ball being a non system player, that he can just score from anywhere on the court.
Mm-hmm.
So your connection, putting Earl Watson with JBA, Big Baller Brand, and LaMelo Ball could come full circle. Because let me tell you something. I don't know if you was on the street. The Melo team is mumbling in LaMelo's ear to expand to a larger market.
And you got to understand that they talking about Lonzo going to Phoenix. And remember when Jello had his workouts, Phoenix Suns was one of the good teams that he had a workout with. So I could see all of it coming full circle if we get the big baller, the big three. I could see them being in Phoenix, and I could see it not even affecting the team too much because it wouldn't affect none of the players that's there already.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, that's a big stretch, of course, but I'm saying even if you don't get all three, because if you even watch even him saying now with a heavy on the I'll be good on the Bulls, I'll be good on the Bulls. I know they're not going to give up on that basketball yet. Him securing that deal with his label with Def Jam and everything like that, they're going to give him at least one more shot at the NBA, especially with this Bronny thing in effect now. If you got Gilbert Arenas' son coming in, not to say he don't deserve it, but all like they're going to definitely give this ball opportunity. I believe it. I really believe
what
that.
do you think about when Jello says that they're not thinking about playing for 3,000 in the G League, especially when there's millions on the table with this music? He's only interested in actually playing, going to a tryout or something like that. What was your thoughts when you heard that?
That's what I'm saying. That's what secures that he's not going to be coming back on a G League team. He's going to come on the team and be on the roster, and he's going to play. He's going to play, and he's going to show, because at the end of the day, like we all watched how they dropped the ball on the Hornets. They was pulling that Louisiana crap that they were doing. The same thing over there, playing them separately, like just like how they did over there. You know what I mean? When he took them overseas with the first coach. You know what I'm saying? It was the same thing they were doing like that in the Hornets, and it's that type of stuff, bro.
But believe, I think Liangelo will have to come through the G League first. I don't think he's just going to hop over the G League and come straight to a team. Now, I know Lonzo Ball is playing his ass off to get leverage and cachet enough to ask for his brother. Because if you see Liangelo speaking about NBA, he brings up Lonzo. Man, Lonzo know how I play, and I'm a play so hard because I don't want to disappoint Lonzo. You understand what I'm saying? So it seemed like he might be getting an opportunity to maybe come to the Bulls, because the Bulls need 3-point shooting, right? Because the Bulls in Boston right now are the two teams that lead the NBA in 3-point attempts.
That's a fact, but that's why I'm saying, because you see the reason why he's not gonna mention the Hornets, because he was already there already. They already showed.
Oh, I told you that already. I don't know if you ever heard me, but I told you that. That's water under the bridge. And when I asked LeVar on the stream, when LeVar was on the stream with us, I asked him that to let the people know that I wasn't bullshit. I just didn't bring this out my ass. And I said, LeVar, what about Liangelo going back to Charlotte? He said, if you was Liangelo, would you go back to that? He said that on the
They
street,
did him
and I
dirty.
asked that question just so the people, because you know how people are. There's so many people fake on this fucking on these platforms, like they
But
in the loop and all that, and they're not. So I wanted to show, without being bombastic, that what I said prior to LeVar coming on the stream was the exact same thing he told me, that was water under the bridge.
nah, yeah, and I knew that was a fact because you see, me personally, you know this. I went to the games. I went to the two games when he was when he came to New York on both seasons. The first time when he played on the G League, and the second time, both time they did him dirty. They didn't play him no minutes, to the point where I'm arguing with one of the players. Hungry Ham was there with me and everything. Like, I'm arguing with one of the players because I'm like, yo, give my man some burn. Pass the ball to my mans, bro. What's up with y'all? And I'm front row seat too.
Yeah, you know what? That was a lot of money wasted. Going out to see Liangelo play when they used him as a farce, and
Yeah.
as a window
As a ticket, as a ticket, as a
decoration.
ticket grab, as a ticket grab. You
Yep,
could call it
for
how
a
it is.
ticket grab.
As a ticket
Exactly.
grab, because they was using him as promotion and everything, and wasn't even giving him the
Yes.
minutes that he deserved. Like they was poster
Even it's for
childing
the
him.
fans, right? Oh,
It
oh,
was for
please,
the
you
fans. They
you
should
you
have
making
played
me
him.
think. Please, you making me think. Now, look at even a G League organization don't give a fuck about the fans.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying?
It's the
That's
NBA in
correlation, right?
total. It's the NBA in total. That's
Yes,
why you see that.
yes.
Even if you see it, that's why LeBron's trying to make his own little league over there, because he about to make his way out, and he about to try to pay the players the right way and try to do it the right way. You know what I'm saying?
And that's something
And
that.
that's what Kobe was trying to do originally. R.I.P. to Kobe.
And you know what, Belize, and that's something. We got no panic on the panel, but that's something, Belize, that the NBA has to get their head out their ass and stop trying to act like politicians, thinking they know what's best for the fans. Because the fans will turn them off and go look at some alternative shit. They'll fuck around and watch
Exactly.
African basketball just to see some seven
You
seven
see,
dude run up and down the court trying to put the ball in the
you
basket.
see, you see what they better hope. They better hope that Ice Cube don't sit down with Big Baller and say, you know what, we just gonna get the big three on the big three, and we just gonna make it that, and then they just gonna call it that, and then it's over. Cause
Well,
them
yeah,
three
that'll
on the
be
big
that.
three, they just
That's
call
kind
it
of.
over.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That's kind of far fetched. Only how that can happen if it's not about money. But if
Oh
it's
yeah,
about money, you all listen. When if it's about, let me tell you something about business 101, right? When it's about money, and if you in a negotiation arena, you always want the man with the bigger bag to win the negotiations. That's just business 101. When you're in a negotiation arena, you always want the party or person with the bigger bag to win the negotiations. So if it's not about money, then hey, anything can happen. But if it's about money, it's hard to leave the NBA to go elsewhere because that's where the
nah,
money's
but
at. They
that's what
give
I'm
away
saying.
three
But
hundred
you
million.
know, but the all three brothers, they have money already, so it's not. It wouldn't be about money for them to
Mm-hmm.
team up with a brand like Ice Cube again, who has a big three basketball organization already with a business that's already been proven. If they team up with a team like that and they say, you know what, we'll play for them. We don't need to play for you at all. Cause we could just keep it like here right now. Cause at this point, we could do this music thing for real. Lamelo already could feel like, you know what, they ain't rocking with me. I'm really rocking with them. And take over on the big three side. Call it a day.
Yeah, but do you want to answer what Thunder said? Because that's been on my mind also, and I was pondering that. But I have my reasons. But Belize, do you want to check in and chime in on what Thunder said about Jalen Brown
And he
or
said
no
Jalen
panic
Brown
or
got it,
anybody?
and now he
No
not even
First
playing
Prince
good.
or no panic. Anybody want to chime in on that?
Nah, I think. See, I think
Shout out, no panic.
nah. I'm not gonna say like he not playing good. Jalen Brown playing fine. Like wasn't he just a MVP last year? So he played it during this summer right here, and now he not playing good. Is what y'all trying to say? He's an all star right now, correct? Isn't he on the Celtics doing good?
Yeah, they're
And
I
not.
not
think
only
that's
that,
a fact.
let me add to that. And no panic, I would like to hear you on this. Let me add to that before no panic chimes in. Jaylen Brown is playing second fiddle to Jason Tatum, right? And he's still putting up numbers that number ones are putting on their own prospective team. So I wouldn't say that he's not playing well. I'm saying that he's playing within the system of Boston, and Boston is winning. So that's why Jaylen Brown will get the nod over some other players that might have some slight better numbers as a number one, because he's a number two and he's still putting up numbers comparable to number ones, and he's still winning. Go ahead, Nathaniel.
Of course, he definitely deserves it. Also, I'm not taking that away from him at all.
No, I mean, I'm about to say the same thing you saying. They're
Yeah.
more winning, so I mean, at the end of the day,
I was
winning.
not taking that away from him.
And I mean, I feel like he might not get the fan vote, but coaches and all that kind of know he played both sides of the field. They know how much he means to the Celtics. And like you said, I mean, they winning, so I mean, you can't just put one of the players. Like teams that usually at the top of their conference usually get multiple players anyway. So I mean, that's kind of par for the course. I don't see no problem with them making it.
And plus, Jaylen Brown. Oh, shout out to Coffee. Coffee, come up if you have time. Shout out to Coffee, most definitely. Marvin was looking for you also, Coffee. Also, to expand on what you guys speaking about Jaylen Brown, you know, we all know that he was snubbed controversially from the Olympic team. We know doggone well he deserved to be on that team. So I don't think they was going to snub him from the All-Star team, especially with the Players Association and his involvement in it. That there's no way you're going to not allow Jaylen Brown to be a part of the All-Star. And I don't think Jaylen Brown demonstration this year on that parquet floor up in TD Garden is what kept Lamelo out. Now, we can talk about Cade Cunningham. Did he keep Lamelo out?
Cade Cunningham definitely didn't deserve it over Lamelo.
I mean,
that much.
How much games Lamelo missed this season?
Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all wanted me to talk on that? Because I could say Cade Cunningham definitely don't deserve it. I could say Garland didn't deserve it. And that's the two guards to me I don't think deserve it. The other three I could say they deserved it. Brunson, but I feel like Brunson probably should have been the pickup, and Lamelo should have got the nod on the fan vote. It should have probably been him and Donovan Mitchell on the fan vote, and Brunson get picked up along with Damian Lillard. I don't think Tyler Hero deserved it, to be honest with you.
How much games Lamelo missed?
How much games? I don't even know.
I barely been seeing him this year. Like when I look at the box scores or whatnot, I barely been seeing him there.
Nah, I think he definitely been playing.
He been playing.
He definitely been playing, Brody.
I mean, how much of those games was he playing?
I don't got no stat sheet in front of me, bro, so I can't tell you that. But I can tell you he been playing. If he missed a 1-2 game here and there, like that's common.
No, I know ain't been no 1-2 game.
I'll look into the games.
Nah, I'm not saying 1-2 games. He probably missed a good, like if they probably played 30 games after the head tap, I'll probably give him he played 20 out of them 30.
And I mean, shit, that alone.
I mean, at the end of the day, like I say, that's off the fans, bro. So they shouldn't really have nothing to do with that.
He played in 31 games already.
There you go.
I mean, the fan vote is one of the votes, bro.
I understand that, bro. But then at the end of the day, right? So you taking account to that, right? So if you're gonna go as a coach, right, you really gonna say, but bro, like think of it from the back end, right? See, this how you know, like for me, this the business side, right? So the Cavs really just screwed themselves even more because now they got 3 All-Stars, right? So now both of those players, the contracts they're gonna have to both get maxed. Mobley contract have to get a max, and Garland contract gonna have to now get a max when it's time to pay them. Or you're gonna have to trade them before because now they're gonna deserve a max because they're both All-Stars. So him as a coach just being greedy, that's gonna come back to bite him. He didn't even have to do all that, to be honest, because Garland, like I said, just never deserved it. That's where I stand with that. They was both drafted the same year too. That was Lamelo's draft, and they definitely stole that from him.
All right, so how much? So them boy play 32, 34, 44 games. So he played 31 out of 44 games.
31 out of 44 games. All right.
That's good, man.
And
All
they at
right.
the
So what's
bottom.
what's
They had the
Garland? What's Garland numbers though? What's
no. Hold
Garland numbers
on.
compared to
See, this
Lamelo?
my thing right here.
Go
You
ahead.
played 31 out of 30. You played 31 out of 44 games, right? You at the bottom of your conference. I can't justify giving him an All Star. No, does Zach Levine make the All Star?
But that's not the same position, big dog.
No, no. I know. I just asking like random questions, try to figure out something.
Nah, but that's on the Bulls, and this don't got
I
nothing to
know, but
do
why
with
you
the
saying
price
the
of
boat?
rights. I'm
Why you
going with
saying the
I'm going with
boat?
the fan votes, bro.
Yeah,
Like the
I
fan.
understand that, but the fan vote is what percentage
Now
of
you know
all
what I
votes is a
will say
fan
is
vote?
this: you might have a better argument with Trey Young, because when I'm looking at shit, I'm like, where the hell was Trey Young and all of this?
Yeah, 'cause
You know?
that's why I'm looking at like Trey Young, like they ninth in
Yeah,
the
yeah, they screwed him. He got screwed.
yeah, like at least they end the playoff hunt, and he gets like you know
Trey
what I
was
mean, like
I say between Lamelo and Trey, but obviously Lamelo need to get in. I do believe that something's gonna happen to where he'll
I
sneak
mean,
in.
the viewing is not gonna be that good anyway because they switched up all this East versus West. They took all that out, so all this new whatever they got going on with that's gonna be already like a turnoff. Because all of the people the fans want to see, they not gonna get. They pushing LeBron and all that. They got a time. It's time for them to sit down.
see, I don't think the NBA necessarily pushing for nothing really. Like I don't think that. Like I said with the Lamelo thing, I fuck with Lamelo, but I mean shit. I had a problem with Shaq making the All Star one year when he only played like I don't even think he played the first half of one season for the Lakers. Yeah, make the All Star. I had a problem with that.
Nah,
And then
I'm
on
not
top of
even
it,
here to
like
try
y'all
to
only
just
win 12 games. Like
ride
you
on
played
Lamelo
31
on it
games,
like
only won
that. But I'm
12 of
just
them.
calling it like it's just weird to me on the fan side how they just moving. That's all. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying. Like my New York Knicks is in there. Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns is in there. You feel me? We gonna do what we gotta do. You feel me? The Cavs suck for real. They bums. Like we not jacking
They're not bums.
Mobley.
Come on,
We
believe.
not jacking. We not jacking Garland. Like
They're not bums,
Garland is
still
part
believe.
of the Melo draft class, so he's always gonna be considered a bum in my eyes. Just like Tyler Halliburton.
I'm talking about the Cavs as
Tyler
a whole. They're not
Halliburton.
bums. They got some really good players.
Nah, they bums, bro. I'm a New York Knick all the way. I can't wait to cook them in the playoffs, bro. They bums, bro.
So
They
everybody's bums. You're a Knicks fan, so
Cavs,
everybody's bums in the East, right?
you know the vibes. You know the vibes.
Well,
Cavs is bums, you
we
heard?
we we got the Cavs. I ain't concerned about the Cavs. We did them dirty. Then we sweep them.
I
We
don't
The
know
did
Knicks
about
dirty.
that
is
flight.
the Knicks ain't
It's a
nothing but the
sweep.
NBA
Oh,
version of the
yeah.
Cowboys.
Now watch your
I,
mouth, bro. We better than the
I don't know
Cowboys
about
too.
that flight
I
in
ain't
a
talking
seven
about
game
Cleveland.
series.
Look,
I ain't
Yes,
talking
what I'm
about
saying. In a
Cleveland.
7 game series, I don't know, man, because
Nah,
Cleveland got that
we
hype.
beat Cleveland.
Cleveland got nothing on us, bro.
Boston.
Cleveland got nothing on us. Cause watch when Mitchell Robinson get back and he fall into play like he's supposed to do.
Y'all waiting on Mitchell Robinson about 2-3 years now.
Now the Knicks, man, the Knicks have messed up situations. I
Mitchell
wish I would
Robinson's
have
We
always
done
the
that.
gonna
answer,
we
right?
gonna
But he
pack him
never
up.
shows
We
up when
gonna
you need him.
pack him up next week in a trade so fast to Washington. Y'all ain't gonna see it coming.
Thunder, stop it, Thunder. You just trying to get a spike out of me, Thunder. Lakers are the true NBA Cowboys. Don't do that. They got 17. Don't do that. Don't do that, Thunder. We respect your taste. But right there, that's ridiculous what you just said.
Now you know what really what it was, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You know what messed up the Lakers forever, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all should have never got LeBron, bro. Like I ain't gonna lie, bro. Ever since that day, bro, I couldn't
You
never
talking about
rock
as a
with them
fan, right?
niggas. Huh?
As a fan of the game.
Nah, as a fan of the game, nah, I'm good. You know what I mean? I couldn't rock with them no more, bro. When they got LeBron and then traded my boy Lonzo too, it was just like, yo, bro, what are y'all doing, bro?
But
Like I
LeBron moves
was
the
over
crowd, though.
y'all.
You
I
understand
can't
that,
go
though, right?
back to there until y'all get rid of that to that
But
dark
you
cloud.
But
That
Belize,
championship, I was in the bubble. I didn't even
okay,
celebrate that because
okay,
I knew they failed.
But Belize, in defense of the Lakers, LeBron moves the crowd. Nobody moves a crowd like
I
LeBron.
understand
LeBron
all
is the
that,
product
bro.
of the NBA. And,
Y'all should have
and
just
so
trust. Y'all should have just trusted in the ball, bro. We had everything
it's
going, bro.
business. It's not personal.
Nah, bro. It was personal when y'all did
No,
that,
for
bro.
you it's personal.
That it
But for
was for
LA it's
me, and that's
business.
why you know what
And
I'm saying.
LeBron is the biggest
R.I.P. to
business in
Kobe,
town.
bro. Kobe couldn't even stand to see that.
So
Yo,
when
bro.
when the
Right
Lakers
after
got
Braun broke
LeBron,
his record,
they was able to raise
Kobe just
ticket
had to
sales
go, bro. That's crazy.
120%.
I know.
Think about that. And people still sell out the building every night.
I know. The Knicks sell
You
out
understand what
every
I'm
night
saying?
too. We don't be
So
having
even if
nobody
LeBron
there.
never won a championship for the Los Angeles Lakers, just giving the Lakers hope after having dismal
That
seasons
would have been
and
fine,
falling
bro.
into despair as
That
a
would have been
championship
fine,
legacy
bro.
franchise, LeBron gave him so much hope, even though it split the Laker fan base, that the Lakers was able to keep up with the Knicks and the Golden State Warriors as valued franchises in the NBA.
Man, they
So it
sold
was
their
more.
soul.
It
They
was
sold their
more
soul, man.
about Lonzo and the young crew, which I didn't like it either. I thought the Lakers mortgaged their future. But at the same time, when you look at the Lakers as a family-owned business, it's not a corporate business. They have to make moves to make money.
Nah,
And LeBron coming there
they should have
under the
trusted. They should
auspices
have
of
trusted the
Magic Johnson,
process. They should have
the
pulled a Philly
Lakers
on them. They should have
kept
trusted the process. They
up
should have pulled a
pace
Philly
with
on
the
them.
Knicks and the Golden State Warriors as the third value franchise in the NBA. Because they was falling and they was falling fast because they couldn't get into the playoffs.
Well, they was gonna get there, bro. They
And
just
see,
had to
once the
trust
Lakers get
the
into the
process.
playoffs, whether they win or lose, it's a global market. It's not many teams that have global markets.
But big
And
though.
when LeBron and the Lakers get into playoff scenarios, it opens up the global market for the Los
That's why.
Angeles
That's
Lakers,
why. That's
and
why
all the
they
money
made the
just
whole
flies in.
cheat code. They made the whole cheat code for them, and they made this.
But outside of that, Belize, I agree with you. I didn't like it either. You
They
know,
made. They made.
I'm a Kobe
They made
guy,
the
and here
whole.
comes
They made the
LeBron
whole.
coming
Luca
in
make
to
a
try
plan.
to
They made the
deface
plan for
Kobe
the
Bryant.
Lakers, and now the
We
Lakers
already
ignoring
knew
the
that
plan
they
and
was
getting into
kind
the
of
plan
arch
now,
rivals on the court,
all the way to the Western Conference.
unconstitutionally arch rivals,
Everything got
but
to
they was
come
arch
from
rivals. And they never
yeah.
said anything bad about each other. But we know Kobe was trying to upstage LeBron. LeBron trying to upstage Kobe. Kobe saw LeBron being crowned without a kingdom, and Kobe had a kingdom, and that didn't sit well with Kobe. And then LeBron had to go to Miami to get his kingdom in his king's chair,
It wasn't his
and
kingdom
then the
neither.
rest is
It was
history.
Dwayne Wade's. That's why he couldn't stay there neither. Then he went to Cleveland, and it wasn't his in Cleveland either. It was Kyrie's. And then, yo, bro, you gotta understand, bro. LeBron
Police,
just
are you
gotta
still there?
stop,
You
bro.
mean LeBron, innit?
No
What?
panic.
Kyrie ain't been in the league yet.
Yeah.
What are you talking about,
But
LeBron? What?
so in that
Kyrie
perspective,
earned his
Yo,
number
I
one
can y'all
vote
hear me?
understand the move
to
from the
get
Lakers
Andrew
and then to
Wiggins.
go get Anthony
Wait a
Davis
minute, wait a minute.
because the
Hold on,
Lakers
you talking
always
about
had
Shaq
a
or you
big
talking about
man with a
LeBron?
big name to help
Yo,
carry the
I'm talking about
franchise
LeBron
into
ruining everybody's
uh
legacy.
into
That's
the
what he's
path
doing.
of the yellow
yo,
brick road.
My boy talking at the same time. I
And
can't hear
so
nothing.
yo,
they
do y'all
kept in the
realize
line of tradition with Jerry
facts?
Bus, Dr. Jerry Bus, and having a star big man and a side piece to help propel the Lakers into championship mode. So I
Yeah.
understand that. But
We
I didn't
understand.
like the Lakers trading Lonzo Ball because he come all the way through the grassroots of basketball for Southern California. And then get drafted by the Lakers and have a outstanding summer league, a bounce back summer league, to the cheers inside the Staples Center. Lonzo, Lonzo, Lonzo. I heard it. Lonzo Ball is the one who brought me back to the Staples Center because I stopped going. I was going to more Clipper games than I was Laker games at that time. because I was dissatisfied in the movement of the Lakers. I was dissatisfied with the D'Lo situation, and I was like, "What the hell? This team becoming a joke." You know what I'm saying? And the Lakers have always been a serious, rigorous, focused team. And this D'Lo
Yeah,
and
with
Swaggy
D'Lo and
P
got Zoe.
stuff and Izzy Azalea, and you know, it became a spectacle. And it was one to me that was very distasteful. So I stopped spending my money. I stopped supporting it. The organization. I even stopped watching the games. Even though I like Swaggy P, LA native, USC, you know, come down the same
Yo, but
grassroots
Arena's son going to
of
USC.
Lonzo, Southern California. But it just seemed like more of a circus than a contender. So I just stopped supporting with my money. But when Zoe got drafted, Zoe wasn't hype. Zoe was a real deal. Zoe just got injured. He didn't get injured once. He got injured twice. Remember when Zoe and LeBron was together, right? It was the first time the Lakers netted a triple double from two players in the same game in damn near 20 years or something to that
And both
nature.
had 30
So he
points.
brought a lot of
Hey, Dex.
excitement and
And
helped
Dex.
both had 30.
galvanize
Yeah, I don't know if Dex audio is messed up.
going on with the Lakers, and a lot
Dex.
of Laker faithful.
Hey Dex, your audio is all messed up. You probably need to come back in here. You hear me, right, Belize?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I hear everybody. I hear Dex. Dex going for 50 right now.
Yeah, he going for 50, bro. He just going off.
But you been talking
Everything.
about you been talking about Shaq couldn't find his own kingdom, or you been talking about LeBron?
I saw Murray.
I was saying LeBron
I
couldn't find his
saw,
own
Oh,
kingdom.
I thought you were talking about Shaq. I hear you say going to Miami
and
with
Denver was a
KD.
very large team.
I know
No,
Shaq
yeah.
ass so
That
damn.
sounds bully right
I
now.
saw
Shit,
I don't know what
how
LeBron.
LeBron
Jackson
and
is
Lonzo,
trolling yeah. But yeah, I was just saying, LeBron really just came and just run to everything for me.
I mean,
Man.
LeBron's great.
LeBron messed up the dunk contest.
He did everything bad for the league, bro. And they just keep patting it on for him. Like they gonna make sure he an all-star every year by any means necessary. They gonna make sure he get the playoffs. They gonna make sure he get to everything. Cause man, it's just crazy.
I mean, I ain't gonna sit there and say I'm a LeBron hater. Only thing I had against LeBron, but the fact that I used to hate that when the conversation come up in the top two or who the goat or whatever, I just have been mad at these to skip over Kobe to go straight to LeBron for some
Nah,
reason.
LeBron definitely gotta be. If anybody want to be fair, bro, he gotta be like a solid like 6 or 7, bro. Like it like it's not.
hello, anybody?
It's so
Yo,
many
hold
people
on.
ahead of
Yo,
them.
Dang, man,
Dex, your
I was
audio.
feeling and y'all didn't even hear me.
Yeah, we
Like I
did.
said,
Oh
Dex,
man,
I'm with
Dex,
you, Belize, on that. I
Dex.
remember
I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna call him. Go ahead.
Uh, but yeah, no, I got to be honest, I got LeBron top three now. I just don't got him in front of Kobe.
top 3 is crazy.
Yeah, I mean the reason why I
Curry
say
is
top three is
definitely
this right here.
Curry is definitely before Curry is definitely before LeBron.
You saying Curry like Steph Curry?
Yeah, Steph Curry.
No, I don't even think Steph Curry top 10 to be real with you.
Yo, you wildin'.
I like I said, my metrics are looking at basketball. When I look at who the best basketball player, that's how I look at the good. I don't really look at the stats part of it. I just look at it like,
Bro, all right.
what can
So
you
look,
do
but
on
hold
the
on.
court?
But look. First of all, Curry changed the game of basketball, bro. He got everybody shooting threes
I mean,
from
that's
deep
cool, but
all
that don't
day.
make him the GOAT basketball player. That make
What
him the
you
GOAT
mean? That
shooter.
make him that automatically put him in.
No, that wouldn't. That's
Why
like,
not?
do you got okay, we're gonna take it to football real quick. Do you got Mike Vick in your top three quarterbacks of all time?
Nah.
He changed the game from the quarterback position. If you really think about it, I mean, they had mobile quarterbacks before, but none of them that been that fast, like that electric.
Only
But
reason
you,
why only reason why I can't put Vic in right now is because like cause Vic, bro, that situation in Atlanta really scarred him, bro. Like he was right there, bro. Like he was right there to go on it, but I can't put him in my top 3, bro.
I mean, nobody would though, but that's the point I'm trying to make. Is like just because you change the game, that don't mean
Nah,
you
I
got to
feel
be
you,
in that
but nah,
conversation.
What Curry did for basketball, bro, is it's elite, bro. Like we not just going to just say that you can't compare that to Michael Vick. What Michael Vick did for NFL, bro, that's different, bro.
But that's
This is
game changing though. That's
Nah,
still game
hell no.
changing. That changed how the
This
defense
is
got to play.
female. This is everybody who don't even like they just shooting, bro. Like they just shooting, bro. Like nah, like that
Okay,
Curry effect is different, bro.
give me a couple of things that you feel
And then
like.
not only that, man, yo, bro, this man got 4 rings
No,
on
I
one
get
team,
that. I get that.
and
But
then he
that's
did
the
it. And then look, and then not only that, he did it with 4 different teams. He did one. He did one when he did it with Harrison Barnes in them, right? And then he
hmm
did it again when he did it with KD in them.
hmm
And then he did it again when he did it with Andrew Wiggins in them.
But he did it with the same nucleus. Like their
Bro, but
nucleus
now
always been
you can't just say the same nuclear, bro. You can't just do
that
that.
up. But that well,
Bro,
that's what
you
that's
gotta add the
called.
years and all of that came with
I
that. The
no, I
fact
get
all
that. I get that.
nah, yeah,
I
you
get
can
that.
say that. Braun don't get them titles, bro. He hopped over the different teams, grabbed best players, put them all on the same team. Bro, he built this shit up like he the general. Bro, come on, get the fuck out of here, bro. You can't compare that to that. None of his rings even count to one, bro. Curry is way more goaded than him ever, bro. Cut this what? Way more goaded than LeBron, bro. Cut that conversation short. What you mean? He walking on the same 3-point legend right now. This is the 3-point GOAT. He breaking the 3-point numbers every time he shoot a 3-pointer. Y'all better act like that GOAT is walking too. Don't just jump on that. Braun is behind KD. And KD's behind Curry. So there you go. And we're not even gonna add Shaq on none of them. Like, come on, bro. Let's just like cut it out. Cause if Giannis get one more ring, it gets scary for LeBron.
Yeah, I get bumped out. We were saying though.
You have to run the tape back. There's too much energy done left that one.
So that's why he's saying about Curry, right? Your only argument for Curry is that he changed the game, meaning he got everybody shooting threes, meaning he
He
changed how the
owns the
defense.
3-point stat. He got 4 rings.
Uh huh.
He did it on the same team with
Uh huh.
4 different teams,
Uh huh.
right?
Which sounds crazy.
With
Go
one
ahead.
coach. What you mean? Sound crazy? He had four
You
different
saying three
rotations.
different teams? You saying the same team with 3 different teams?
You got it? You get me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. All of them was different team. They wasn't the same just because they had you would say just because they had 2 of the same players, just because it was that's
3.
the same. Yeah, 3. All right, that's the same thing that like Jordan did. The other GOAT.
But why you saying is okay? That first Golden State team, right? What I mean, but when I say nucleus, I talking about you got Clay, you got Steph, and you got Draymond. They running the same offense. They around them. They got Harrison Barnes. They had was that Livingston that year? Iguodala, right? That second iteration of that team, same players except for Barnes, and they add KD, which is a better player at the end of the day. So the third championship, the same nucleus, but instead of Harrison Barnes, they got Wiggins, they got Jordan Poole. So what I'm saying is they did it with the same team. If you really think about it, they just interchanged certain players. They always had the formula with the offense and their scheme. Then when you look at how he changed the game, I don't
Then you
doubt that
saying
he
this?
changed.
You could say the same thing if that's the case about Jordan, and you could say the
But
same
that's
thing
not the
about Tim Duncan.
argument I'm making. What I'm saying is you
Okay.
using that to qualify your argument. What I'm saying is it don't matter to me because everybody can do that. Like different teams to me is
Not
what
everybody
LeBron
can do
does.
it because everybody could
But
do it. Everybody would have been doing it already.
But see, if we gonna use that, then it's like you can't deny LeBron from. You said you got LeBron 6 or 7, right? That means you got to put LeBron one because he did it with Miami Heat, he did it with the Lakers, and he did it with Cleveland. But if you say, oh, well, I don't count he had to join up with Dwayne Wade and up Dwayne Wade team. Oh, he won one in the bubble. Oh yeah, well he only really got one that really been the one that he earned. Whatever the argument you want to make
Nah,
against LeBron
I
and
don't feel
for
like he
Curry,
earned none of them. Cause even the one that he got in the Cavs was from Kyrie.
but see you can't. I a Kyrie fan, so you saying that should make me be like, yeah, I agree. But then the kids, like he, don't get me wrong, now it ain't even a 50-50 thing. It ain't been no Batman Robin with Kyrie and LeBron. Even more like Batman Superman. I get that, but at the end of the day, you can't say he won them because of Kyrie. Just like you can't
No,
say he won them off
I'm
the Heat
saying,
because of Ray Allen. He playing
I'm saying, listen,
basketball.
if Kyrie, listen, if LeBron got there, right, and Kyrie didn't have that number one pick already, right, they don't get Kevin Love.
Yeah,
They don't get to move around the way they move. That was
yeah.
Kyrie earning. Kyrie earned that number one pick of being a bad team and all that shit like that. He went through all of them slumps and had to go through all that to earn those, right? And he just came there and just took that.
What do you mean earn that?
What do you mean? He was about to have Andrew Wiggins there. Andrew Wiggins was gonna be the next LeBron, right?
But you saying that like that's a good thing that like Kyrie going through an entire season and they've been the worst team in the league. That ain't
Yeah.
earning.
He earned it. Just like Lamelo
But
earned that number one pick that they gave to the Spurs. Because he would have had Victor right now.
every number one pick ain't gonna turn into okay. Well, we got Kyrie and we draft. Let's say they had draft Wiggins and they ain't never get LeBron, right?
So
They
look,
still would have been the same bad team because Wiggins coming to the league not knowing who
but
he was.
they would have built a dynasty though. They would have been like the OKC out there, bro.
I mean,
You
but you
had them
can't say
Canada
that because
boys. You had Bennett, you had Tristan Thompson, right? All of
and
them
what Bennett
is
been a
Canadians.
bust.
What happened?
I said
But
Bennett been a
you don't
bust.
know that. You don't know that when they
But
all
no,
would have
we
played
do.
together.
We
They
watch
all
him.
came from Canada. So they would have had that connection. They would have had Kyrie there.
But see
You
that
don't know
right
what would have
there.
happened.
But see what you're doing is you being optimistic about something we don't know. That's just your opinion of what would have happened. But from what we
That's
see
what
is
I'm saying.
we
I'm
see
saying
Bennett
that
with cat
LeBron didn't
with
have to come there and blow up his team.
blow up the team.
Yeah. Blow up the number one pick, trade it for Kevin Love, get Kevin Love over there, then get all them other players over there for them to get that cherry on ring.
But I ain't really blowing up the team because they going to five. Wow, how much finals in a row they going to? Like what, 4, 5?
Then the next year they traded everybody. You know they traded mad players, bro.
But they get their championship.
Yeah, I mean that's what
Sometimes you
you
got.
always do it for.
I know,
One
but why?
ring.
Okay, so
You
I
do
go
that
back
shit
to
for
what you
one
were saying
ring.
about the Lakers. Like, if they had keep the baby Lakers with Lonzo Ball and Ingram and all that, they would have never won no championship. They would have been
If they
fun to
would have,
watch and
because
fun to root
if
with.
they would have followed suit, that year, they would have drafted Jello instead of getting LeBron that year. They would have drafted Jello and they would have
You
just
Drafting
kept
can't
it
Jello ain't
going.
gonna
you
do
can't
nothing
do that,
because
Belize. No, Belize, you can't do that. You can't do it. You can't do
What
it.
do you mean?
You can't say not get LeBron the next year because like I was
They got
saying.
LeBron that same year. They got the same year they didn't draft Jello. They got LeBron.
But what I'm saying is this right here.
So
LeBron
what I'm
had to
saying is
come.
that
But Jello, I mean, they could have still picked up Jello. I mean, that's not going to make you or break you. But at the same time,
I'm
what
saying that's
happened
how
was they rushed.
they could have kept the dynasty.
Yeah, they rushed. What they should have did was got LeBron. Okay, LeBron got hurt. Lonzo got hurt. Kuzma got hurt. Brandon Ingram got hurt. Okay, the Lakers fell out of the playoff scenario. But Anthony Davis was coming the next year anyway. He was going to walk over the New Orleans Bridge
Right.
straight down the I-10 corridor
And they traded
to
all of
the
that
Stapleton.
with the number
He
four
was
pick.
coming.
With the number four pick to them too.
That's what was idiotic to me. Anthony, stay the fuck over there. You know what I'm saying? Stay there for the year, sit out that season, the rest of that season, and then walk over to LA. Walk down the I-10 corridor right to LA. Well, you couldn't do that. Do you know the I-10 corridor, a straight shot from Los Angeles to New Orleans? Did you know that? Take the I-10 all the way from LA straight to New Orleans. And he couldn't wait. He couldn't wait 40 days. That's what I thought was
yeah,
bullshit.
that been
I
kind
think
of dumb for real.
That was
It
the
should have been
dumbest
the
part
league.
too. But that's what I'm saying because they already had
I mean, they still would have had to give up Randall. They still would have had to
no
give up players.
Randall was already on the Wallers that season
Well, yeah,
because
New
no, he
Orleans.
wasn't.
Randall went
No,
to the
he wasn't.
Knicks.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. They could have kept Randall, but
No, he
Randall walked for
couldn't.
free.
They got rid of
Hold on.
Randall that year, bro.
They
He
didn't
was
get
already
rid of Randall. Hold on. They didn't get
Bro,
rid
I
of
remember
Randall.
Randall was a free agent. He came to the Knicks that season
He
because
was
they wanted to
right.
get
He was
Zion.
no. He didn't go to the Knicks. He went to what's your name? He went to New Orleans first.
Yeah,
Don't
He
he had
was
forget
like
that.
already
one
on New
season with
Orleans.
yeah, I played one season with AD and Boogie. I think. Oh, the year after Boogie get hurt, one of the two.
He played. He was already on New Orleans already. He was a
Yeah,
free
That's what I'm
but
agent.
saying.
but what
When
I'm
LeBron
saying is the
came,
reason why they let him walk us because they had plans of bringing in free agents. They could have paid
exactly.
him and still bringing free agents.
Yeah, right. They want that's LeBron position. They don't
Yeah,
want nobody to
LeBron.
question LeBron position, so they let
LeBron
him
always
go.
like
That's
what
why
we
they let
always
him go,
say.
and he went
LeBron
to
been
New
telling them
Orleans.
to get their shit
Right.
together, and he coming.
Right. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this: the mistake that Magic made, and he admitted this. He let Brook Lopez walk for pennies. He said that's the mistake he made. He said he should have never gave away Brook Lopez bringing in LeBron. He said he made that mistake. But as far as the Anthony Davis and the young Lakers trade, all Anthony had to do was just sit out a year or play it a year, whatever. Just play it out and walk over to LA as an unrestricted free agent.
And
But
they
the NBA
third
didn't
star
want
would have
that.
been that
But
third contract could have gone to damn Brandon Ingram
But the
instead of
NBA didn't want
Russ.
that because that would make the Lakers too much of a powerhouse. See, they still want to balance because at the same time, if Anthony Davis left New Orleans and New Orleans don't get nothing back and all they have is Drew Holiday and a bunch of remnants,
And
that
they would have had got
franchise,
Zion because they had got the #1 pick. So
yeah, but that's not enough. You know what I'm saying? If Zion comes here with JJ Redick and Drew Holiday,
at
that's
that
not
time,
enough.
that
That's
wasn't. But yo, at the end of the day, like I said, they dropped the ball by getting rid of Lonzo and all that. But at the end of the day, right now, where we at right now, I think Lonzo is going to Phoenix, bro. I hope he make it out to Phoenix, or if he do stay in Chicago, I hope Jello get a run in Chicago next year, bro. I think
well,
that'll do it right there.
that's the plan. The plan is to stay in Chicago and give D'Angelo a shot. If Zach and Vucevic get traded, but but if I'm Chicago, if I put on my GM hat, I'm not trading Zach. I'm not trading Vuce. Who I'm trading is Patrick Williams and Kobe White. That's what I'm gonna
Yeah,
get rid of.
I'm
I'm
getting
not
rid of.
trading. I'm not trading Giddy. I'm not trading Giddy. I'm letting Giddy
And
sit.
then so if I'm Lamelo, I'm talking. I want out too. I want out next season.
Well, I mean, we talked about early in the stream. That's something he is definitely contemplating because his team wants his brand to expand, right? And not only to expand for Lamelo's sake, but for the team's sake. Because Lamelo has a team around him, and most of those people that's around Lamelo are entrepreneurs. So they can go to different. If they go to a different city or a major city with millions of people, then they are able to open up businesses, and with LaMelo being the epicenter of the financial of the finance of his team, they can make buku amount of money as LaMelo being unsolicited sponsor by showing up to their business, eating at their business, bowling at their business, skating at their
Especially
business. You know what I'm saying?
the city that would be great for him right now would be Brooklyn.
No, he's not going east. I can tell you that right now. So get that out your head.
Brooklyn will
If
be
he
it
leaves,
because
if he leaves Charlotte, he's
That
going
Rock
west.
Nation connect, the Def Jam connect, the Puma
Now the
connect,
Melo,
everything in New York will be
no,
perfect.
the Melo don't give a shit about Rock Nation. They're not doing anything. Rock Nation's not doing it. I, I, you know what? If it wasn't for Kevin Durant, they'd probably fold. Rock Nation's not doing anything. The the
And
the Melo
he
the Melo's a self-marketing, advertising, walking conglomerate. They can't even do nothing for Jello. You telling me
You
Jello?
don't think Rock
Well,
Nation helped out with that
they
Def
not
Jam
doing.
deal?
They not doing nothing. They not
You
doing
don't
nothing.
think Rock Nation
Hell
has a play in
no.
that Def Jam deal?
Hell no, man. That's uh um what's his name? Uh, Demo in them. Lonzo management. Why
Yeah.
would Rock Nation send Jello to Def Jam when they have
Wasn't he part of
their
wasn't
own
he with
member?
Rock Nation at one point? Rock Nation Sports.
No, he's still with Rock Nation as far as I know of. As far as I know of, I haven't heard no news that he changed his agency. But I'm just saying they moving without Rock Nation. They're not waiting on Rock Nation to do anything.
I could probably see
Because
that too, but I could probably see they definitely, they connected with Def Jam. I could see that making a move.
yeah, my thing is this right here. According to Jello, this is coming out of his mouth, not no hearsay. A lot of labels sat down and talked with him,
Yeah.
and it was only right that they signed with Def Jam because they came with the goods. So how are you going to let Jello out of the clutches of Rock Nation when you already have him as a signee? So to me, that's just telling me he wasn't even tripping off no damn Rock Nation because they ain't really doing nothing no way. You know what I'm saying? They're not really fighting for his cause. All they wanted was Lamelo, and that's what they got. Remember, all three Ball brothers was with Rock Nation, and when the focus became on Lamelo, Lonzo jumped ship and went to clutch.
Yeah.
Jello stayed because he was a tweener, right? Do I go with Lonzo? Do I stay with Melo? Melo and Jello's a package. We've been rocking together more than Lonzo. You follow what I'm saying? Because Melo only played with Lonzo one season in high school.
Yeah.
But he played with Liangelo 2 times in high school, 1 time in the JBA, and another time in Lithuania, and another time in the JBA tour.
Yeah.
So they got more history as far as chemistry going with the two as they both grew up
Yeah.
learning how to play basketball. You follow what I'm saying?
I
So,
agree. Totally.
so when he went over to Rock Nation, he stayed. He stayed with Lamelo, and that's why
But I
Lamelo.
think overall though, I think Brooklyn would be a good look for them too, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
If they could put it
any
together
team
where
would
they
be a
could
good
get,
look for Lamelo.
if they could
Come on,
get
man,
all
that's
three of
deep.
them in Brooklyn, that would be nice.
That's deep. But at least any team would look good with Lamelo, right? Even the
Yeah, I think
freaking
when it come to
Cleveland Cavaliers.
yeah, when it come to now today, when it comes to today's like when it come to like certain players are bigger than the act, not bigger than the brand of basketball, the NBA, but like Lamelo don't need to go to LA to get his brand up. Like they ain't gonna improve his brand by no exponential number. The thing that gonna improve his brand is him winning. Like no matter what we want to say about Lamelo, I fuck with Lamelo, but Lamelo don't play. I don't want to say he don't play winning basketball. But Lamelo ain't never showed me that he been a winner. He showed me he can hoop, but he ain't never showed me he been a winner. So I feel like if he can win in Charlotte, like I mean, he don't need to move
You talking
nowhere.
about as an NBA player, right? Not as a basketball player, but as an NBA player.
I mean, see, that's how I look at it. When he been in high school with Lonzo and number win all them games or whatever, it's like you had Lonzo. Lonzo been the point guard. That's how you win in games because you got a steady hand, you got a score, you got a mature player. When he get to Lithuania, like I mean, they've been trying to give him a bunch of minutes, but they ain't necessarily been trying to
No,
give him
they
a
never
bunch of
tried to give
shots.
him no minutes. They gave the minutes to Jello.
No, but
Melo,
why I saying is
Lamelo
that
didn't get the minutes.
but no, but why he's saying is when you look at how before they get on the team, they already had their team said these players, the players on the team be on it every single year. They don't switch up. They don't really have no American players on their team often. So they did try to give them as much minutes as they can. Ain't been as much minutes as we would want to see, but even as much minutes as you would possibly give somebody who don't got the chemistry with the team, and they bring them over for like the play, or they bring them over for what's it called for the engagement or whatnot, for the league or whatnot. And I feel like he did get enough shots up, but I don't think he would have impact winning. That's why he didn't get the rub as much as you see like Jillo getting a lot of looks at Jim because Jillo game is just catch and shoot. So it ain't hard to plug him in. But if you plug in LaMelo in like I keep telling y'all be knocking me for this. LaMelo need to learn how to play the game of basketball. Like, and I ain't talking about like just shooting. I'm talking about like understanding what he looking at when he step on the court, understanding
I
mismatches off
disagree.
ball.
I disagree. I disagree. I humbly disagree. And I vehemently repudiate you for saying Lamelo needs to learn how to play the game of basketball. Lamelo do know how to play basketball. Lamelo understands the acronym KYP. You know what that means? KYP in basketball or in sports, team sports. KYP in team sports is an acronym for Know Your Personnel. And when you have a team that LaMelo's been on since he's been an NBA player, keep this in mind now. His inception in the NBA, he came to a raggedy franchise. Players who just didn't care, was just having fun, you know, fucking porn stars, having threesomes, just doing drugs, um, hanging out late night, not really putting in the work because they didn't take the team serious. And when you have that around you as you come into the knowledge and the enrollment or matriculation of a professional sport, then you fall in where you feel in. And so maybe some of the folly early on with the engagement of these players, PJ Washington, right? Biz Biombo tried to take him up under his wing. But Biz Biombo was more Lavarish type. You know what I'm saying? Don't do this, do that. Watch out for this. Yeah, listen, I want to have fun. I'm young. I'm rich. I'm a celebrity. You know what I'm saying? Where the girls? Let me get at it. I'm the Melo Ball. I'm the Chris Brown of basketball. So when you have that coming into the league and it's acceptable in that culture, because look, who owns the team? Michael Jordan. Didn't Michael Jordan take away a teammate's wife? Yes or no?
Oh, I know.
Yes, he did.
Take away a wife?
He married her. Juanita, yes.
Oh.
Yes. Juanita was the team captain's wife before Michael Jordan got there. Michael Jordan get there and he snatched her away from the team captain's wife, who was looked upon as a sex symbol in the NBA. He was a pretty boy. I'll leave it to y'all to look it up. All-star. He's an all-star basketball player. Snatched
Yeah,
it.
Jordan take the verse. I didn't say he didn't want to get divorced and I get all the money take.
You follow what I'm saying? And he was married with Juanita for a long time. But nevertheless, so here's Michael Jordan coming in, taking somebody's wife, a teammate's wife, and now he's the owner of a franchise, and the top tier of his roster is just out here being promiscuous recklessly, just having fun. Because they're young, we ain't winning. It's Charlotte, beautiful city, and these country girls are just everywhere. And if we don't want the country girls, we'll fly them in from wherever. Let's scroll through Instagram. Let's scroll through Tag, Adult Finder, all these other dating sites, Tinder, Fish, Plenty of Fish, and let's fly them in and have fun with it, and then send them on their merry way. Now we don't have enough energy to win close games. Our energy has been depleted, and we just keep losing. So when you come into that kind of culture, and then the management don't want to really pay for talent, but yet you still want to blame everything on Lamelo. You give Lamelo the keys. Lamelo break his ankles, so the team become a disaster. So he comes back promising and more committed with a vigorous approach and rigor focus. He has the accessories on his lower extremities, and he play at an all-star level. But yet he's kind of in and out the lineup on petty injuries, giving a lot of us a reason to pause. Not again. I hope it's not, we all did it, so we can't be ashamed of it. It's cool because we want the best for LaMelo. And then coming into the season, nothing. No movement. The only grand splash that the Charlotte Hornets made was drafting Terror Squad, Tijan Salon. That's the grand splash. Then, during the trade deadline, they traded away from a position of strength because Nick Richards, even though he might not be the best basketball player, that German Jamaican played his role in Charlotte and didn't have no qualms about it. But they traded him not for another center, which they need to help Mark. Diabate is cool, but he just out there flailing away like a banshee. He really don't know what he's doing. But not for a seasoned backup center. They get a forward that has become a journeyman who lost his starting position on 2 teams. So this is the crescendo of the Charlotte Hornets as we speak. And then you want to blame Lamelo as not being a winning player when you see the remnants that he got out there playing with him. Who wants that? Who wants these players that's playing with Lamelo? Anybody raise your hand. Whose team is going to really go for a serious negotiation to pluck players out of the Charlotte Hornets? They had one, which was Trey Mann, but his back gave out. So he's a lame duck. So what player of value that you can target off the Charlotte Hornets and where the Charlotte Hornets can negotiate from a position of strength? Think about that. But yet you want to blame Lamelo of not being a winning player. That's crazy. That's crazy, me.
I just look at it like this. When I see players that supposedly all stars, and I see players that supposedly top 10, top 15 players in the league, even if they got trash around them, I still expect for them to lift their team up to at least be competitive throughout the season. Even when Charlotte Hornets playing and they lose, and they don't lose because it's like it's always it's a close game. Like they be getting their ass cut. And Lamelo put up a 40-point triple-double or 30-point triple-double or 20-point triple. It's like, I done seen this shit so much out players like him and Zach LaVine and Devin Booker before Chris Paul come. It's like they put up all these amazing fucking numbers and they still only winning 12 games. It's like they don't make sense to me. Like, are you making your teammates better with these triple-doubles? Like, we see Harden, at least when Harden been playing with the Rockets and he been dropping them triple-doubles, he had fucking journeymans on his team before Chris Paul get there, before Russ been there. Said he had what what the boy name was Ariza later in his career. He had PJ Tucker, who ain't really a hooper. He just a bodyguard that can hit the corner three. It's like I want a Capella, a lob threat. It's like he ain't really had as much or that much more than what Charlotte got. Charlotte
Capella
got
was
young pieces.
listen. Capella was more than a lob threat.
He been a defender too. He been a defender
Exactly.
too. I give him that. But see, y'all got Mark Williams, right? Mark Williams supposed to be this young. I hear somebody a couple of nights ago and y'all been on. I've been trying to jump on, but I think
you heard Stacy. I know who you heard. You heard Stacy.
Yeah, he freezes whatever like that. He been trying to say Mark Williams, but like the top 3 center or whatever. It's like when I look at PJ Washington,
I remember Stacy saying that Mark Williams was better than Afrin Sigon, which I told him he was absolutely nutty.
that ain't true. Sengun ain't a defender, but Sengun actually brings the same thing Joker could bring you, but out the 20, 30 point scoring nights with it. He'll give you 15.
But he can't score. But he can't score though. That's the thing. Sengun can score, but it's not really. Oh wait, hold on. We got Barry left. Purple Baby. First of all, Purple Baby, your mic hot? Cause I gotta share some with you.
What's up?
Yeah. What's up? Okay. Shout out to Flight Sports TV. Shout out to the chat and everything that's going on. I have to confess that Purple Baby was 100% right when it came to LaMelo Ball in this all-star scenario. Purple Baby have elaborated on numerous occasions that she was very apprehensive of the NBA in its totality, accepting LaMelo Ball. She has expressed LaMelo Ball will be like Trae Young. And come to find out, Purple Baby was 100% right because I was against that. Because I thought LaMelo Ball, from what I've known, that he was going to come in and he's going to take the game serious with an approach like none other. And his goal was to be all NBA, all-star at least. And he would be welcome. And come to find out, Purple Baby was right. So I yield to you on that one. Because that took me by surprise. And I was blindsided to see Purple that Lamelo won the fan vote. And like I said, I came out of a basketball culture. The fans get what they want. The fans, because they pay their hard-earned money. So, but we can see that the NBA is more corporate ran than entertaining ran. So, Purple Baby, salute to you for being 100% right about LaMelo Ball.
Well, thank you, and I hope I'm right. But really quickly, because I know y'all was talking about something. It hurt to see, Trae Young also tweeted yesterday. I forgot to say the tweet and whatever, but he's, he said basically to sum it up, kind of, it is what it is, as far as him, making the All-Star team. I hope he hasn't given up hope, on making the All-NBA, but it sucks, like, that him and LaMelo are in this same boat, like, and what I seen today and even yesterday from tweets and stuff from people, the love that LaMelo does get, I think sometimes it's passive aggressive and it's very fake. Like I seen, LaMelo was snubbed and all this other stuff, and you don't have to be up anybody's behind, but it was fake to me. Like it's like, okay, let me get out here and say something so I don't get harassed on NBA Twitter by LaMelo fans, because one thing that has been said, I don't participate in it. Anybody that I do follow, I've never seen them, participate in it. But we do know some people get a little out of control and do be DMing people and harassing them and stuff like that. But that's what it gave off. Like, let me pretend to care. Let me throw his name up in there and say he been snubbed and whatever, and then go on about my day, just in case somebody comes to me and be like, well, why y'all didn't stand up for LaMelo? He led in fan votes and whatever, and he didn't even get put on the reserve team and whatever else. Let me pretend to stand up for him, and stuff like that. I was disappointed in the TNT NBA thing with Shaq and them, because I don't want to call Shaq fake, but it's giving fake. When I seen them talking last week about the reserve and stuff like that, and it was like, yeah, LaMelo, I'm not going to quote Shaq correctly, with the 30 points, but yet you left him off your reserve team. I thought that was fake as fuck. Like, so I knew when I seen that, I was like, yeah, he's not going to be making the reserve team in the back of my head. But I hope y'all recognize that it's a lot of fake pretending, with LaMelo, and calling him a good player and stuff and saying that, you got to put better talent. It's fake. I don't know what's going on when it comes to him, why people don't like him or whatever, but it's fake. Like I see right through it. I don't believe any genuine word that any of them say when it comes to him.
I mean, I ain't really mad at the Melo not making it. To be honest with you, like
Mm-hmm.
I ain't tripping about it. Like you can't, like I said, I looking at the standings right now. At least Trae Young and Zach LaVine or whatever, like at least they in the ninth, 10th spot where they kind of in the position to fight for a playoff spot. The Hornets like second to last in the East. Like the only team worse than them is the Wizards. So when I look at the Wizards, I look at it like with Shed, Jordan Poole averaging 20, and I know for a fact he shouldn't be on the team because they only win 6 games. So it's like all this, it is fake for them to be saying all these things about Lamelo about how he should have made him. I think the idea of who Lamelo is in his standings in the social world, I think that's blinding people to make them believe that. Well, damn, that sounds crazy for him not to make the All Star. That's like I bring this up earlier when Shaq been out, when he played for the Lakers, he been out the entire first half, and he still make the All Star team. It's like it would have looked crazy seeing the All Star team that year without Shaq on him, regardless if he play or not. And I feel like that's what a lot of people doing with Lamelo. Is like it's crazy to not hear Lamelo name in the All Star when he like by far the most popular person in Charlotte sports. By far I think he the leader in points, assists, and rebounds of all the people that actually make the All Star. I think he averaging more points. I can't remember what the stat button, but like I said, like you can't be for. It's like people waking up or the voters waking up to like, damn, we can't be given those spotlight. We can't give a spotlight to somebody who on a team that only won fucking 12 games so far. Like, like
Mm-hmm.
what we give, like what he need a spotlight for? Like what about his game making him an all star? Like I said, I hate players putting up good numbers on bad teams, and then other teams see that and sign that to a big contract. Not saying Lamelo don't deserve
But
a big contract. I just hate
but
to
see,
see that shit.
the thing of it is this, Patty. I understand exactly where you're coming from, and I don't disagree. Like I said before, I was raised, groomed, and nurtured by a basketball culture who gave the fans what they wanted. Now, if Kay Cunningham received the popular fan vote for the guards in the East, I tip my hat. I toast to the man with the better hand. If Darius Garland or anybody else besides Lamelo garnered that much support from the fans when the NBA is crying about the lesson of viewership that they've been getting, this is something to dab the vein of the NBA with. Something that you all clamor for. So since you clamor for this individual, I'm gonna give you this individual. Because the All-Star is supposed to be entertainment purpose for the benefit of fan experience. Now, if it's something different, then say so. And the players should speak out against it. If this is a corporate sponsored event that has very little to do with fan experience, then say that. So that way you won't receive the unnecessary backlash. But if the fans say, this is who we want as a guard, I'm used to seeing that's what the NBA will give you. Now they will give you him and then play him a few times, like Terrence Owlsbury for the Indiana Pacers, play him for a few minutes, and then bring him out and you probably never see him again. Because we gave you what you want. Now let's put the real product out here and compete. They didn't even do that. So that just shows you the reckless regarding for the fans. Just like politicians. They don't care about the voters. We're going to tell you what you need. I don't care what you vote for, but we are smarter than you. And you don't know no better. So we're going to enact legislation on behalf of you for the betterment of you, according to us, even though it doesn't help you. But we know what you need. And that's what the NBA has done directly, shooting innuendos as politicians that we don't care what you voted for. We just want you to participate. Now that you participated and we see that this man got almost 2 million votes, we're going to ship that to the sponsors. Look what we did. Pre-All-Star selection, we got fans to engage in at least 30 million votes, right? So we can ship that to the sponsors, let them know their money's good on the wood. Now everything is secure. All money's in. Ain't no loose change out there to gather. So the NBA can fuck whoever they want to fuck. And Lamelo Ball, Trae Young is one.
I mean, LaMelo Ball kind of brand on himself too, in the same sense. Like, think about it like this: if I the NBA and the All Star Weekend is when I can put my best out there, those players that's in the All Star, like part of their job that weekend gonna be promoting the league. Regardless of like they're gonna be at all these different events, they're gonna have all these different itineraries planned for these players to promote that event, basically to promote the league. Whenever I see Lamelo talking,
Players
Lamelo
in
just
the league. It's
huh?
players in the league. It's
Yeah,
players and the league.
yeah. So what I'm
The
saying is, you
league.
gotta not
Okay,
saying
well,
you
hold on
gotta
one
play
second.
the
Before you go,
game.
hold on. Let me make clear to the street. That promotion is for not only the logo, but for players who are trying to heighten their profile. And they need the NBA platform to do that. So they go out and do to these conventions and try to politic their brand to be sponsored by some of these big wigs out here. And the Melo is one of the ones who really doesn't need that. But
And
other
that's
players
part
do
of the
need that.
problem. That's
Yeah,
part
and
of the
other players
problem.
do need that. So what they do is we can't really get much from Lamelo, but we can get from Garland. We can
No,
get
ain't
from
no. See, ain't. I
Cunningham.
don't even think it's that. I don't even think it's that deep. I think it's more so. Whenever Lamelo get a mic in front of his face, it's like putting the child on the mic. It's like you don't know what he about to say next. Like I'm not trying to say he need to be media trained. I think Lamelo Don grew up in the spotlight so long that he really don't understand. Like you got to play the game. Not saying you got to kiss ass, but you. It's like you got. It's a
No, you
certain
do
way
gotta kiss ass. You do
when
gotta
you get.
kiss ass.
I mean, not
Unless,
for him. He don't
unless,
have to kiss
unless,
ass. He just need to
unless.
clean up how he
Hold on,
talk.
hold on. Now, I don't think talking has really nothing to do with it
It
because a lot of
do
players.
when you
I
when
think.
you get on when
No,
you get on the
let me.
mic and every time they about to interview you, they gotta worry about you saying nigga or they gotta worry about you cursing. Bro, that ain't
Well,
no good look
I
for
ain't
the
never heard him
league.
say. He said the N word.
Yeah, I don't know. But plenty of interviews where he had to like maybe not be like directly to the microphone. It will be like to a player in the background, like somebody walk
Oh,
past you
that's
do
different.
something.
That's different. They
But
all
that
say
ain't
that on
no,
the court.
but
You
that
don't hear
ain't
that.
different. But that ain't
No
different
panic,
because
panic. I think you're reaching. You're reaching because
no, you
you
just ain't
hear.
letting me finish my point. What I'm trying to say is when I listen to him, I don't hear an NBA player from how we growing. Like when I hear Ant talk, Ant do say wild shit, but it don't be wild shit that's provocative. Like he do be provocative on the court by doing like the DX sucking thing, by the middle fingers or whatever. But when he get inside the press conference, he just seemed like a little kid. Lamelo seems like a little kid that
No,
damn
we're not
like
talking about that. You said on the court, no panic. Don't drift off. You said
I'm
his
not drifting
antics
off.
on the court in the
I'm
background
not
talking to
drifting
other
off.
players.
What I'm saying is this right here. When you put a mic inside Ant face, the things that Ant say, a lot of these reporters find it as, oh, he's just a kid. Oh, well, that's crazy. They said that like it's not harmful things to kids' ears or to their ears. As a matter of fact, when Lamelo talk, Lamelo don't have that same filter to say, well, let me not say that. And then when somebody dump ice in his back or whatever, instead of him saying like, or instead of him thinking like, well, you know what? I on TV, so even though I want to react, I'm gonna react a certain way. He's gonna be like, man, nigga, what the like? Even when they been on the like, not, and I noticed when he was younger, but when they been on the WWE or whatever, it's like even at that age, you should have been cognizant enough to
No
understand, like,
panic.
bro,
No
like,
panic. You're
it's just
drifting.
certain things you say that gonna
You're
lose certain
drifting.
people.
You're drifting, and you're using circular logic because you can't use anything prior to LaMelo making the All Star for the first time. Whatever he did up to that point, he still made All Star. So it's irrelevant. Let's
No,
talk
what I,
about
no,
since.
you are not understanding what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is when you got a brand and you got people that works for, let's say you got a company, you own your own company, you got employees. It's certain employees that you understand you don't have a problem putting up in front of the mic and speaking for the company. No matter how good they is, or some other employees, no matter how good they is, you just understand they're not equipped to talk to the public and represent the company in a good way or in the best way. So those people you don't necessarily give the promotion to. You don't make them the supervisor if you know the supervisor got to speak to the public. You make them like, oh well, you can be the assistant to the supervisor because you understand they good workers, they do good work, but at the end of the day, they just ain't good at public speaking. That's who Lamelo is. He's not a good public speaker. He's not. He don't present a good public presence. And I know to
Okay,
me, I don't have a problem with the way he talks. But you got
okay,
people like you got white folks that hear him say the word nigga and be like, well, damn, he's one of those. The NBA
okay,
themselves see those and be like, you know what? Nah, we can't put him out there like that. He
okay.
don't need us. They might have not seen Lamelo to like NBA events or whatever like that to promote the league, and he done turned him down plenty of times. You ain't
Now
playing ball. We ain't
that's
playing
you
ball.
might got a point there. That you got a point there. But as far as his media savvy, I don't think that's the big issue because I've seen people throughout the NBA say worse things, and not only say worse things, they criticize the organization as a whole. I've seen people even go after the commissioner. You know what I'm saying? And things of that nature. That's worse than any media savvy that you can ever think of going after the very liaison between players and governors. Anything that happened prior to LaMelo making his first All Star, I think is irrelevant. So if he used that N word at the WWE and things of that nature, or his antics prior
He
to
used
him
him one
becoming,
time when he been getting interviewed after the game one time.
I'm talking about after he became an All Star, though.
No, but see, you hinging everything I saying on what I say. I'm not saying what I'm saying is the main reason or the only reason why he didn't get an All Star nod. I believe he can get an All-Star nod because he just ain't winning games, and at the same time he misses a lot of games, and at the same time they don't play on TV often, so you don't get he's not an exposed player.
No, no, no,
What
no, no,
I'm
no, no,
saying
no.
is, what I'm
No,
saying is,
wait.
when
No
I
panic. See,
listen,
you say no panic, please. You say things and then you keep going.
no,
What,
because
say something, chop that up.
no, but
Chop that up.
no, you saying that what I'm saying about the language is the main thing. What I'm saying is multiple things. When I get to the
Yeah.
language thing, is when I hear Lamelo, I just don't hear him sounding like he gives a fuck about what the league thinks about what he's saying.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
And
I
I
agree
ain't
with
trying
that.
to say that's
But
something bad because that it's cool that he can be himself. But when you hear his answers, even if he ain't nothing provocative, when he answer questions like, "Well, Lamelo, what did you see in the fourth quarter that made you blah blah blah?" He be like, "I don't know. I just been hooping for real." That ain't no real answer them reporters want to hear.
now that right there, that's more accurate than him using profanity or explicit
It's
language.
to me, it's
That's in
everything.
bad
It's
taste.
all of that.
But what I want to say, but what I wanted to say is, I agree with you 100% about the win loss record and his in and out of the lineup through the course of the first half of the season. Now, if you're going to be a bad team, you better be on that parquet floor every fucking game, and you better be putting up those ungodly numbers every game if you want to impress the pundits and the analysts and mainstream media to to get you over the hump. Now, as far as their games not being on TV, their games on TV every time. It's not national. It's
Oh
not
no, I
national.
know shit. They always on down here, shit. Because I stay
Yeah.
down
So
here, but nationally they don't
so
get no rub.
so yeah, they're not nationally, but his fans are so global and are so engaging. He don't have to have nationally televised games. You know what I'm saying? He don't have to. It'd be nice to have it, but what I'm saying, he doesn't have to because his fans is going to find him wherever he's at, and they're going to see his game. This is why he was a leading vote getter in the Eastern Conference for guards. Somebody seen him play to garner nearly 2 million votes. That's a lot, right?
I mean,
But
not true though. Not true. Because a lot
I
of
don't
people
know
just
how the
fuck with
numbers don't
Lamelo.
lie.
But no, but what I'm saying is a lot of people fuck with Lamelo. If I go, if I can, like I just now getting back. I just now getting into watching basketball. Like usually I wait till about this time because football season take up most of the basketball season for me. My team just get out the playoffs last weekend, so it's like now that I'm watching basketball, if I go on website right now to vote for the All Star team, I'm gonna vote for Melo just 'cause I fuck with him. I don't care if he averaging 6 points this season. Remember when Lonzo been a rookie or second? I can't remember what year, but Lonzo been not a top vote getter, but he been like in the top 5 for guards and votes at one year as far as the fan votes and whatnot. People
Mm.
gonna vote for their favorite player. They gonna vote for people they fuck with. Like it don't matter if they playing good or not.
Uh-huh. Let me get centered. Go ahead. Yeah, Purple, you still there? You want to weigh in on what we've been discussing? Because Purple forecast it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if Purple is a soothsayer or witch. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But she's seen this coming. I mean, I was totally blindsided by it because I just couldn't believe what I was watching on the floor couldn't translate to be an all-star. But once I saw Lamelo in and out the lineup, I kind of knew he was somewhat doomed, but I just stayed optimistic. And once Charlotte Hornets kept sinking and the standings, and most of that was because LaMelo was out of the lineup and Brandon Miller and company couldn't really keep the ship afloat. I knew he was partially doomed. So I still remain optimistic based on the fact that, I'm a LaMelo Ball fan. And so I want to see him playing with the top tier elites in the NBA, even if it is an exhibition game, just to be around and caroused by the players and having conversation and the ins and outs of shaking hands and you know just being amongst the elite of the NBA. That's where he needs to be. But other people disagree, and so they relegate LaMelo to the abyss of basketball hell, and that is being snubbed after having good numbers. But once again, Purple Baby was right. She saw it. So Purple, you have to be a soothsayer. a clairvoyant, because she saw that. I mean, she saw it so good in the way that she was explaining how it would go down. It practically happened 100% to what she said, and I was blindsided and to some degree flabbergasted that Lamelo, with that many fan votes, couldn't garner even a reserve. I mean, okay, if you don't want to start him because his record and Bronson and all them got better records and they're looking like they're going to be in the playoff hunt, so you're rewarding them. Okay, but not even as a reserve. So who do you throw out? To me, I'm throwing out Garland. I don't know if I'm throwing out Cade Cunningham because Cade Cunningham is the G1, right? The PG1 on his team. So he's a maestro. And he got them moving in a good direction. So I don't know if I would cast him away. But Garland, you already got Mitchell. You already got Mobley. I mean, I just think Garland is more nepotism than demonstration.
No, Garland definitely should have been the All-Star over Lamelo.
Explain.
They only got 9 losses. He the key to the ignition.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Yes,
Don't
he
do that.
is.
No, he's not.
Garland?
No, he's not. No, he's
Man,
not. He's not the
listen.
key. He's not the. He's not the. No.
Garland
He's
is the
not the
point
dream.
guard of that team, bro. That team
Listen.
go when how Garland go. Even if
No, I
Garland ain't
disagree.
putting up. See, you look at Garland from a standpoint of offensive scoring because he can score. But it's a lot more he do for that team that we just don't look at.
If Garland was never on that team, Spider Mitchell would still have him in the playoff hunt. I don't care what you say.
It wouldn't be 39-9.
Well, you don't have to be 39-9. You don't have to have the best record to win a championship.
And they wouldn't be they would still be in the playoff hunt, but it wouldn't be at the top of the list. They'll be like in the 8th or 9th seed.
Heck no. No way with Mobley and Allen. Come on, man.
Yes.
And who else they got? They got Karis LeVert, right? Do they got Karis LeVert?
Yeah, they got a lot of players, a lot of ancillary.
Yeah, they got a lot of good players. Yeah.
But Garland does him on that team. I'm telling you, like it's hard to see because they got Donovan Mitchell and they got them two.
Yeah, Donovan Mitchell's a standout. Come on, man. Donovan Mitchell's their standout.
Donovan Mitchell is no different than Zach LaVine and not Chris Booker, Devin Booker before CP3.
That's interesting.
I disagree. No, that's the don't in that. That's nowhere near that because he took the Utah Jazz to a number 1 seed.
He gives you nothing defensively. He gives you nothing playmaking wise of making the team better.
He's an average defender. No, listen. He's not a poor defender. He's an average defender.
He's a poor defender.
No, he's not.
He gives more.
Go look at his advanced analytics.
With Cleveland than he did with Utah, but he's not one of them defenders. He's not a long player. He actually got short and scrimmages for his size.
Yeah, okay. I'll give you that. He's stumped. I'll give you that. But what you for Purple Baby? Because you sound like he said something real deep.
No, I said that's an interesting comparison. I hear a lot of people compare him to Booker a lot. Mitchell.
But Mitchell was never in the situation that Booker was in, though.
What does
he was never in the situation? He came to a winning team. Remember that. He came to a playoff team.
Who?
Spider-Man.
You see, he came to a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had a great season before. A great season without him before.
Mm-hmm.
I say the reason why I compare him to Booker and Zach LaVine is because, like I said, when you look at all 3 of their games, all 3 of them need somebody like a point guard, a good solid point guard that can take. They need parts around them that can take away the things that they're not going to give you. Zach and Booker is not going to give you nothing defensively.
That's a bad observation when it comes to Spider-Man. That's a bad observation.
Think about it.
Spider-Man don't need no point guard.
Yes, he do. He had Conley in Utah. He doesn't
need no point guard. He can get his out the mud.
No, listen. When I say they need a
point guard, don't need nobody to set him up.
I'm not talking about so much as like they need a point guard to set them up. What I'm saying is Just like with KD, as good, the reason why KD don't never get talked about as being a GOAT or the same level as Braun is because KD don't do nothing outside of just scoring. He just score at a so much of a high level, elite level that you forget he don't make nobody better. You forget he don't play all ball defense. You forget he don't do a lot of the shit. You forget that shit. You really forget that shit. But when you put around ancillary parts that do their job to where he can only all he got to do is come in and do his job. That's when KD at his best. That's why he's struggling with the Suns. Well, not I say struggling with the Suns, but that's why
But
the
but but you
Suns.
deflected. Once
They
again, you deflected because
KD and Booker doing the same shit.
y'all see no panic deflected, right? Because we talk about Garland importance with Cleveland and how
Uh,
pregnant he is with the winning record. And I'm
yeah,
saying,
but I'm
You
saying is
can't
they
dismiss
only
him.
won
You
with a
can't
point
dismiss
guard.
Garland. Yeah, you can't dismiss him. But I don't think that he is the majority of the direction of the Cleveland Cavaliers, even though they got Kenny Atkinson as the coach and he is the point guard whisperer. But keep in mind, Spidey Mitchell can play point guard as well.
No, he can't. But remember when they had that good season and Garland that get injured for like he had get injured down the stretch and they just turned into like one of the they go from like the top seed to like I think they finished like seventh or eighth or something like that one season after Garland that get hurt.
Was the year of Spider Man, right? This first season?
I want to say but the year before and then they get Spider
Yeah,
and they
because
kind of do the
there was a
same
year
thing.
before. There was a year before because Spider Man first season there was a fourth seed, I think, fourth or fifth seed.
I
And
hope.
so when I say look at all them players I named, look at them when they on teams where there isn't an established point guard. Then look at them when they're on a team where there is an established point guard. And with
Yeah, but
KD,
that's irrelevant with other teams. We were speaking on specifically Cleveland and the importance of Garland. So all other teams, it doesn't matter.
not but that's the point I'm making. Garland is the key to that team having success. If you take Garland off that team, I keep calling Booker. Um,
Spider
Mitchell.
His
Man.
name was who Spider ain't about to run point because he can't run point. He don't make the team better. He's a good player. He's
Mm-hmm,
good. He don't make the team better. He don't put
mm-hmm.
nobody in position to play. Don't get me wrong. Players like him can make little. They can make these passes or they can make these plays that it's like, oh shit, he threw that behind his back. Oh shit, that's a nice pass. But that
Yeah,
ain't
from
who he
time to time.
is.
Yeah, from time to
They
time.
can
Yeah,
exactly when you look at Garland, Garland can come up and down the court 50 times and understand 50 times this is my job, this is my job, this is my job, this is my job. Like how they call it pattern players and non-pattern players. I think you were trying to talk about that earlier, what you were saying system or whatever, which is kind of
yeah,
the same and not same thing. But at the same
right.
time, it's like Garland can play in a pattern, but he also can play unpatterned.
I think
Spider
it's
can't. He can't play on pattern. He gotta be unpatterned. He wanted to put like with Kyrie. This is why Kyrie gets so much respect. Kyrie don't have to necessarily have the ball in his hand. You can put Kyrie on the offense and say, "Hey, we just need you to be a spacer. We just need you to do a catch and shoot," and he can do that. But he also can have that moment where, "Hey, get the ball and get us a bucket." That's why
um,
Garland's so important. Garland, you can't put Garland in one little bucket and say, "Oh, he's just gonna be a game manager this game," and that's all he is. But man can do both. Spider the only one who can do one of it. Then you look at all the parts around him. You just got to make it foot. Garland make everything foot.
yeah.
I don't know
I
if Spider can't do it because he was doing it at Louisville. He wasn't just this outstanding scorer when he played at Louisville.
But see, that's in college. When college ain't you playing pretty much one of maybe 5 to 6 different defenses every game. And
Okay,
it's not like some complex defense they running on you. So like
okay.
when in college, you just got to be more athletic than the person in front of you. And like I said, the college is part of the most diverse skill gap you gonna find as far as I don't want to call it professional since they're getting paid, but after the high school era, that's the kind of because in the NBA everybody good. In college, you will have these players that they've been the man in high school, but then when they get to college, it's like, yeah, like you ain't as good as the eighth best player on that team, but you may be the best on your team. That's how much the gap was in college. So with Spiders like shit, he probably been like the the best player on the court every time he step on it, regardless of what team he plays.
Purple, you had something to say?
No, I was just gonna say too, about the Cleveland Cavaliers. A lot of people are not acknowledging. I don't think Cleveland would have took this step as being this dominant force this year if it wasn't for the growth of Mobley. Like I think he's grown so much between this year and last year. It's crazy. I don't, I wouldn't have seen them doing much. I'm still a little bit iffy on them. We'll have to wait until the playoffs, but you know, give them their dues. But I think Mobley deserves a lot of credit
Oh
for.
yeah, they're gonna get exposed in the playoffs now. They good. They're a good ass regular season team, but they definitely gonna get exposed in the playoffs.
I don't know. I don't know, man, about this edition of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
You
I
know how
think
they
they'll
gonna get
go further.
exposed?
I think they get further
Are they
than what
gonna
you
go
expect.
farther than Orlando?
I think Atlanta will get them a run. I think if they
They gave
match
him a
up with
run
Orlando
last
in the
year.
first round, I think Orlando will get them a run.
Yeah, they gave him a
If they
run last
healthy,
year, 7 games.
yeah, if they healthy, they'll give them a run. Because like I said, you
But
got teams that's built for the regular season. You got teams that built for the playoffs. For a long time, them Utah teams with Spider. For a long time, them Denver teams, they've been built for the regular season. Always got the top rank in the league. They get in the playoffs and they shit out. But now we like, Spider to me is that gonna be Spider defense always gonna be a problem. Everybody wanna blame what's
Garland
big not
or the
Garland, but
Jared?
Gobert. When they
Oh,
been in Utah, everybody want to blame Gobert saying you got to play a drop defense, but you only really got to play that because you ain't got guards that can guard on the perimeter. They had
but
Conley old ass
this
with
is it's
Tobias Harris
different.
guarding.
It's different with Cleveland though,
It's the
because
same
Cleveland
thing if
got
you really
two.
think about it.
No, no, it's not. Cleveland got twin towers.
I mean, but didn't Utah have a tower? They might not have twin
A
towers, but they
tower,
have a
a
tower.
tower. That's the difference. A tower, because all you got to do is move him to the arc. You follow what I'm saying? And so you neutralize him. But you got twin towers.
So now you got to
You
move two
can't
people
you
to
can't
play on
move
the
every.
perimeter.
But Mobley and Jarrett can bounce back. They're fast enough to bounce back.
I
You
mean,
understand what I'm saying?
but that's still
I'm telling
dependent
you,
on
this Cleveland, this
your guard defenders. Like you still gotta
all the
have
only thing I'm
perimeter
saying
defense.
is only thing I'm saying is this. This Cleveland team is gonna be different this season. You follow what I'm saying? A different coach. Kenny Atkinson is a different coach. He got some experience up under Steve Kerr for a couple of years, and he developed a formula to win in the Eastern Conference.
And the
And I just
regular
think that,
season.
yeah, but I'm thinking Cleveland is going further. They're going to get past the second round
I
this
mean,
season.
listen. I don't know where they gonna end up at. I just know teams like them, teams like the Knicks. I don't see them going far because the way they built, they can dominate damn near anybody in the regular season if you don't got a week to play in 6 or 7 games with them. Like it's like when you see the Knicks how they built, they built to play defense, but it's like Cat ain't a shot blocker, so y'all gonna run into problems at that point. You know what I mean? It's like y'all ain't really got no scoring outside of Cat and Brunson, and we don't see Cat down. We don't see Cat down come up small all the time in the playoffs. So you like shit. I know. I just don't see Cleveland doing too much.
you and me.
I
We
just
should.
think Garland too small perimeter on the perimeter defense.
Mm-hmm.
I think Spider has he and equipped to do it. And once you ain't got no front line help, then now your base can use their damn athletic ability or their speed or their finesse to play the perimeter because they always got to protect the paint. And now you kind of leaving, if somebody coming playing small ball. I think if they play a team like the Warriors love to play a small ball. Like they'll run circles around them in the playoff series. But I mean, Warriors in the West, but so it won't really matter.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
the small ball lineup is smart. Like Lakers can get them out the way if they went to the East.
Mm.
But see, come on, Patty. I mean, this is fantasy. Okay, what about Chicago? What do you think they're going to do? You think Chicago's really trying to stretch themselves to get into the extended season, or they just fancy footing around to keep their what 10th overall pick protected?
Man, if
Mm.
Jordan ain't never had played for Chicago, I would probably forget them.
Chicago, that's crazy. I don't know what to think about that organization, bro. I
It's like
don't.
when everybody think about the Bulls, that shit feel like an exhaustion come over myself. Like it's like what the fuck do? It's like I don't know. It's like they don't have a real plan.
They
They don't
don't.
have any real assets to get
You
anything
don't you
valuable
don't
back.
think they have a real plan, or they not sharing their real plan?
The problem
They don't.
was the draft ain't the same no more. It ain't superstars walking through the door every single draft no more. Like the draft ain't even exciting in the NBA no more because you don't because after the first pick, like last year, right? Every pick in the first round been kind of like up in the air to be the
Lackluster.
number one overall. Yeah, like ain't really been no excitement about the first round pick, and every year it getting smaller and smaller.
I'm a. I just feel like the Bulls just like you can't come out and say, "Oh, we're a competitive team," and stuff like that. And I know from the business perspective, playoff money is playoff money, but I'm a person that's like, listen, if I'm 7 or 8 seed, the next year, depending on where you at, I'm going for six. The next year after that, I'm going for fifth. And any player or coach that doesn't understand that, they're gonna have to get up out of here.
Yeah,
So
it's like
so
they
are you
don't.
advocating? Hold on a second. So Purple Baby, are you advocating for the dismissal of Billy Donovan?
I don't know what they should do because I feel like it's a little bit of a mess out there. I feel like they don't have that guy. Like if we was to say if Chicago got a top three pick, what would be the best player for them to take? First of all, I don't want Cooper Flag to go there because again, I think Chicago is just a mess. So now you left with Harper and Bailey or Edgecombe and stuff like that. I would feel bad for any player that goes there within that top 3 to 4 spot because I don't think they have a direction to me.
Yep. That's why I say talking about them is it's like an exhausting feeling come over you because it's like how you say if they get a top three pick, right? Even if they do get a Cooper Flag, I feel like Cooper Flag more so a Aaron Gordon type player.
Mm.
So it's like
What? Come on, man.
yes, yes, trust me,
Dex.
trust me.
Something was bothering me. I wanted to ask about Cooper because
I,
I want to know, are the Black Americans, is it giving hater that they don't see that he a star, or are we just being truthful?
I feel like it's a fact. He's okay. So when you say star, right?
Mm-hmm.
I thinking in my mind when people talk about Cooper Flag, they expecting this white boy who can shoot. They should expect this white boy who's athletic. It's like, but when I see him, I just see a hard working type player. I see like a dirty work type player. Aaron Gordon, like, yeah, you put him on a bad team, he gonna do some athletic shit. He gonna do some shit where, like, damn, like he gave us 20 and 10 last night. Oh, he's a walking 17 and 10. But if you put him on an actual good team, he wouldn't be even a first, second, or third best player on the team. He'll be an Aaron Gordon. He'll be basically like you gonna be all you gonna be all player like you gonna clean the glass. You gonna do the dirty work. You gonna get the tougher assignment on the bigger guard on the offending team that you can play. It's like I don't see him being a star. I just see him being Aaron Gordon. I've seen him being like just like how Aaron Gordon was Denver Nuggets. Like you just plug and play.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
I,
see pressure.
so hold on one second, Purple. So we got two versions of Aaron Gordon. We got Orlando version and Denver version. What version are you speaking of?
Her ceiling, that's his ceiling and that's his floor. Aaron Gordon.
That's what I'm saying. Aaron Gordon as a number one option, or Aaron Gordon as just get it how you live.
If you put him on a bad team and you expecting him to be the franchise player, you gonna get Aaron Gordon and Orlando. If you put him on a team where they already got an established team, he just kind of coming on the team, he gonna be Aaron Gordon in Denver.
So you guys are saying in so many words, purple baby and no panic, that the Chicago Bulls is going to stand pat at February 6th. There will be no new addition coming into the Windy City.
And
I
let's
just
see.
saying I just all I saying is this about the Bulls. I'm about to call him about Michael Jordan. About the Bulls. The Bulls frustrating because if they want to say let's blow it up and just go through the draft, get picks and go through the draft, I don't see any players that's exciting enough to be like, okay, yeah, this gonna be a turnaround. I can get behind us if I a Bulls fan. If they continue to keep the same team and just make trades to add to that, it's like, what are you adding to? Because you got to get rid of Levine. You fuck with
No, you
Lonzo,
don't have
but
to get
like,
rid of Levine.
no,
No, you don't have to
nope.
get rid of Levine.
You've had
You don't have to.
how long Levine been in Chicago?
It doesn't matter. I'm saying
How long he
Levine
been
still.
there?
That doesn't matter. I think
It
Levine
do
still have a lot
matter.
of. Hold on,
The
let me
re
finish.
Go
This
ahead.
is why I said. This is why I said it don't matter. Not as a disrespect to you. I'm saying it doesn't matter because he still have juice in those legs. And Levine is playing at an all-star level, right? Um, Vooch is playing at an all-star level. I wouldn't trade Zach Levine if I put on my GM hat. I got North Face, but if it's a GM, um, I'm not trading Zach. I'm not trading Vooch. I'm not trading Zoe. And I'm not trading Giddy. Everything else, fire sale. Clearance, clearance rack.
Who the only
Kobe,
person that been safe on that roster? Only person that's safe on that roster is Giddy, and that's on the strength of I had
he's
to
not
trade
safe.
for him.
No, he's not safe. No, he's not safe. Because if
That's
he
I
was
mean
safe, then,
when I say
hold
safe,
on, hold on before you carry. The reason why I'm saying he's not safe because if he was safe, they would say this is our guy. We resigning him. We extended him. They haven't done that yet.
when I
Uh,
say safe, I just talking about in the terms of like we gave up assets for him. We ain't had a complete team to put around him. We ain't had time to really build anything around him yet. We don't see what we get from Zach. We don't see what we get from Zoe. We don't see what we get from Vooch. All ceiling is a ninth seed in the playoffs right now, like fighting for an eighth seed in the playoffs. To me, it's like no, you don't get two all star caliber players on the same team, and that's all you accomplish. One or two things got to happen.
Trade, not them though. I know who they need to trade.
But who they need to trade?
They need
Everybody
to
else
trade
is
Patrick.
young.
That's what I'm saying. They need to trade a player of value, right? And the value target is should be Patrick Williams and Kobe White. And let me explain. If I'm the GM, if I'm Mark Eversley, I'm contemplating hard to get rid of Patrick Williams while he's still young and he still have value attached to him, regardless of his slumber. I'm trading Kobe White because we don't need no frantic guard when we have structure with Giddy, Zoe, Zach, and Vooch. See, those are structured players. Well, Zach Levine could, he can wiggle waggle. But Zach Levine could be a little structured player with Zoe. You follow what I'm saying? Because he knows that Zoe's going to at least allow him to touch the ball coming down on the offense, whether he takes the shot or not, right? So is Vooch. Vooch knows he's going to touch the ball being out there on the court with Giddy, whether he take the shot or not. But when you got Patrick Williams, as soon as he touch it, he want to shoot it, even though he might not make it. When you got Kobe White just playing frantic outside of the scope of the offense, it's obviously playing outside the scope of the offense because he needs to get his shot, he needs to put up his numbers, and he don't give a fuck. He just want to be wild with his hair flailing in the wind, looking like a runaway goat. Those two players are disaligning your offensive structure. I know Kobe can put up some numbers, but he's a wild player who plays undefined basketball. He's not going to give you no defense.
mm,
Patrick is so up and down It seems like he might have some James Wiseman issues.
Mm.
Remember, I told you I met James Wiseman. I tried to interview James Wiseman. The energy I got from James Wiseman, I could not believe. I was like, holy shit, this guy is he's gone.
Mm.
Not gone far as drugs or alcohol, nothing like that. But mentally, he is checked out. And he was only like 20 years old, or about 20 years old. Kevon Looney had to come to his assistance and speak with me just to give some alleviation to James Wiseman. You would think that a young man like that would be so vibrant and so energetic. This guy would seem like he was off some of the most depressing pills known to man. And that's what I'm getting from Patrick, that they forcing Patrick to be a motor that he doesn't have. So that's why he's out. You follow what I'm saying? Okay, you out.
That's
Kobe White,
backwards, though.
I know Kobe White. I explained to you what he's very vivacious. Kobe White is a real cool dude, very vivacious, very cheerful, very optimistic type. But when he get out there on that floor, he's reckless with low IQ, and you can't win many games with a reckless, low IQ player.
But see, the thing that you failing to mention or you ain't realizing is this right here. When it come to Patrick Williams, when they draft him under the understanding that he gonna have to develop. At what point did he have like think about it? When he get in the league, he going from okay, we drafting you, we gonna develop you, but they ain't had time to develop because they I think he get injured or something like that, and then they bring Vooch in. How can you evaluate certain players when you got Vooch, you got Debo, you got Zach, you got Lonzo? Like you kind of got a roster. He just sliding in, and you asking him to do the same thing that the Warriors ask Wiseman to do. Hey, listen, we understand that you can shoot from the mid range. We understand you a big man that can move. We understand all that, but we need you to be as zealous. We need you to be all centers that don't do shit but clean the glass and set screens. It's like you skipping past that and saying you gonna trade Patrick, but to me the smart thing to do would be trade the bigger contract slash value that you got now. The highest value is Zach LaVine and Vooch. You ain't gonna get no more of no other players on that team outside of them. You trade them, you get what you can get from them in draft capital. Then you let Patrick Williams develop. Even if y'all gonna be shitty, he developing on a bad team. Kobe, he get to show what he got. So if Patrick don't develop to what y'all want him within the rest of the season, or y'all don't see what y'all want to see out of him and Kobe, boom, they value higher because they playing better down the stretch. You know, because even though I be saying I hate when players put up big numbers on bad teams, it seems like other GMs be like, nah, we can get them to do that on us too. So get their value up by letting them play on the trash card or with young like Giddy can set the table. You got Kobe that can score. You got Patrick put the ball in his hand, see what he can do from scoring standpoint, and you got your young players that can get some run. You can evaluate all these players for the rest of the season or for the next full season too, and just keep getting high draft picks with y'all draft arsenal, and then y'all can wait and make a move on a player and then build around that player. Because a young player going to want out at some point within the next 2 years.
Listen, Giddy is playing out of position to me. I think Giddy needs to be the three, play like a Scottie Pippen role, the point forward. You move Io to the two, and you run that, and then you got Bucilis. You bring him back into the start lineup because Patrick Williams gone, and then you got Phillips, you got Smith, you got Terry coming off the bench. THT, I don't know what you want to do with him, but he's around cheap on a friendly contract, so I guess he could stay around. And then Chicago is not a desolated place. We talked about this for the last 3 years about how beautiful Chicago is, Lakeshore Drive and Skokie and all those other places around Chicago. They can attract free agents. And when you got a core, when you got Zoe, if he stay healthy for the rest of the year, because I think that's what
Joe gonna be
Chicago.
balling.
I think that's what Chicago is banking on, Zoe to stay healthy. Then you got what's his name, Vooch. You got Zach. You got Io, and you got Buzilis. That is a good five that you can run up and down the court with and be very versatile. And then, like I say, you got Phillips, you got Smith, you got Terry coming off the bench, who has learned to up the scale of his defense and has been very impressive on that end. And then you can fill it out, you know what I'm saying, according to free agency. I don't even think the Bulls need to go into the draft. You know what I'm saying? They need to start getting the fourth seed, you know what I'm saying, and having a first round home host a first round playoff game to start getting back into the old Bull legacy spirit of winning. And Kenny, let me answer Kenny's questions real quick because he directed this to me. I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you. Salute to you, first of all. Like the video, like the stream, subscribe if you haven't subscribed, but I think you're a subscriber, and hit the notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. Kenny writes, Tyrese Halliburton, Paulo, Scotty Barnes, and Tyrese Maxey all made the All-Star team last year. This year, none of them made it. You surprised, Dex? Well, shout out to the BTW. I'm not surprised that none of them made it because a lot of them went through injuries. Some of their teams lost key players that was helping them garner wins and consecutive win streaks and position themselves to be a part of the extended season in the first half, and it was looking very good. But if you're not that guy, and I'm mostly speaking of Tyrese Halliburton, if you're not that guy, then it's going to show. Tyrese Maxey, I think he's that guy, but without Joel Embiid and Paul George in and out of the lineup, Jarrett is out for the season. Sensational rookie who was in the run as a rookie of the year. Then, you know, your help is minimum when it comes to Tyrese Maxey. But he has been doing his thing. Paulo, you already know he's been hurt for the first half of the season. So I don't even think he qualified to become an all-star. So, yeah, that's how I feel about those gentlemen right there. But Chicago, like I said, Purple, I don't know if you agree with me or not, but those were the two people that I would target. And I would go with my veteran lineup who are focused and who are greedy and wants to win, not just want to just show up and put up numbers and impress their girlfriends.
So I would say this, Dex, with that team that you just described, and I'm talking about progress. You know, right now Chicago is currently 10th. So I believe sort of kind of that y'all with what you just described, y'all might have a better starting lineup than Atlanta. But when you get to Orlando, I see a problem. Oh, and y'all better than Miami too. But so what that would make y'all 9. So that'll put y'all around 7 because Orlando's 7 or 8. Because Orlando's 7 or 8. So you're saying with keeping that structure that you have with Lonzo, Giddey, Levine, Bruzelis, you named Phillips, didn't you? Julian Phillips.
No, I named Io. I put Io in the starting lineup.
So you're saying that could get you, you know, next year around as high as 7?
Listen, I think with that lineup, the Bulls could be actually a playoff team. Just with that lineup and what they have on the bench as we speak. But I don't know what they're going to get for Williams and White. I don't know what they would get for that to help boost that roster.
Shit.
Not shit.
Ooh,
That's
a hard statement.
When you like Zach, I understand these players. You don't want to go. If I don't think Zach LaVine feels like the Bulls is a bad situation, first of all. But when you want to go to a better situation, like right now, the Lakers are in the playoffs, so it's a better situation, right?
But we're not speaking on the Lakers. Hold on. Stay on the Bulls right now. We'll jump to the Lakers in a minute.
I'm mentioning it because they're about trading Levine, right? So you like, let's put it simple.
I ain't trading Levine.
Zach would not want to, and I would hope Lonzo wouldn't either, would not want to go to the Wizards, per example. Like
They're not going to no Wizards.
So, to me, the Bulls is probably a better situation than the Wizards because the Wizards is just all over the place.
You can scratch that. Zach would never go to the Wizards.
And that's what I'm saying. So if he's trying to make his situation better, and he's like, okay, we talking about 7th seed at the highest, right?
Where's home, BTW? Where's home? Go ahead.
Oh,
no, BTW. That's cheap. Yeah.
He from me. I think he's from. But
Seattle. He's from Seattle. He's from Seattle.
We need to get better.
But he do have roots in California though, because I think his dad is out of San Bernardino, the IE.
Yeah. We're talking about wanting to get better. I don't like it's just weird. Like Panic said, you looking to disrespectfully but respectfully get players back like Kelly Oubre, Austin Reeves. Leave
Austin Reeves out of this. Leave that hillbilly, that redneck out of this.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. That's what you get, and that's the Hornets' problem too. We get some people. I don't. Some people get so excited with certain players, and they think they're gonna get starter worthy or guys like Zach LaVine. I just think he's been hurt a lot, but guys like Zach LaVine back, and you're not going to get that back. You're going to get back worser players, and second round picks are picks, but second round picks. But it depends.
Okay, Purple. Are you going off my premise? Are you bringing up a new premise?
No,
my premise. Zach will not get traded. Remember, Zach is part of the starting lineup.
Yeah, I'm going off your premise as far as trading White and Williams. You're going to get back worser players than them.
What?
Firing contracts.
Yeah.
How you feel? How you feel that?
Because you have to take. Do you believe, firstly, that Chicago this season has been a winning team?
No, they haven't been a winning team. They've been very inconsistent. But Chicago, if they just play normal basketball, and this is why I want to remove Williams. First of all, shout out to the BTW for the $10 super chat. Keep it coming. Salute to you. He says, support good content creators. Exactly. I agree with that 100%. We got to support each other. We got to, throw a little something here to help the algorithms. Because one thing I can tell you, YouTube loves super chat because they get a percentage off of it, and so if you get into their pockets, they're going to promote you in their algorithms. Kenny, I see your message. I'm not surprised that none of the players didn't make the All-Star that you have listed. But let me address you real quick, Purple. Mm-hmm. See, the thing of it is that Kobe White and Patrick Williams are up and coming, right? That's what a lot of people feel. And that's probably how the NBA landscape, as far as the executives feel, that there's still some in these two guys. And Kobe can be structured. He don't have to be a wild banshee. And Patrick Williams could be even more ambitious. We can instill in him. Maybe the Chicago Bulls coaching staff, I mean, when you look at them, there's a bunch of old people over there, just can't trigger Patrick Williams to give more of himself than he have already given to an organization. Maybe Bulls just don't have much communication with Patrick Williams. Maybe they're out on him when it comes to trying to input in Patrick Williams the ambition to become one of the all-time greats in the Chicago Bulls uniform. Now, Kobe White, like I said, good guy. Fun to be around, from what I hear, fun to be around. And he is very optimistic about situations. So good locker room guy. He ain't going to hurt you. He ain't going to cause any dissension. But once he's on the court, he just uncontrolled. You cannot get, even though he can score in that frenzy, you just don't need that when you're trying to incorporate a culture to get you to the Eastern Conference Final. that wiki wacky type basketball is not going to push you forward. So that's why I say Kobe White. He can go to the Washington Wizards, and maybe from Washington you go get Kyle Kuzma. I take Kyle Kuzma, bring him off the bench. He's
But
coming
see,
off the
you
bench
said,
in Washington.
What you
but
say,
if you saying Kyle Kuzma, like Kyle Kuzma moved him from what he at now to top 3 seed or something.
No, what I'm saying is Kyle Kuzma is not going to hurt you because he's coming off the bench. I already told you my solidified five. My solidified five, we know, right? So you get the Cal Kuzma, the Julian Phillips, the Jalen Smith coming off the bench with Terry. Come on, man, that's a good round right there. Because Cal
Man,
going to score.
that
You ain't
team
you
you
ain't gonna need. Go ahead.
the team that you describing sounds so unenthused. That's it. That's just like that team sounds like I don't see that team doing shit.
Wow.
I don't see them doing shit. I talking about like first round exit sweep. Like when I look at the Bulls, but I don't see nothing right now. I don't see nothing that'll make a Bulls fan be like, yeah, boy, we got a chance if we get in. I don't see none of that shit.
Right now, right? Right now? Or are you talking about
There's
after
not
trades?
there's not a move they can make. Cause think
Oh
about it.
wow.
If we go on your premise, right, where they trade the young guns, they trade Patrick and Kobe. What they gonna get at best? They gonna have to throw in some picks just to get a player that decent. If Kyle Kuzma the player you talking about, cause don't get me wrong now, like Kyle Kuzma can bring you a steady 14 a game, 9, 10 rebounds if you want to. But that don't lift nothing. And you
But
can't
Cal
bring that off the
Kuzma can
bench.
stretch the floor with consistency.
But Kobe White can give you buckets off the bench.
But Kobe White is too frantic. He messed up the offense. Do you see the Chicago
That's
Bulls? Have you seen how many times Kobe White jack games? We even hear Stacey King. He doesn't call Kobe White out by name, but he called Kobe out by demonstration. And Stacey King says, you got a guy out here being disruptive to the offense when it's flowing, especially going to Vooch, and he just looking for his numbers.
and see if Kobe White been on a better team where they have more of a when they can actually say, okay, we got these pieces in place. Where do you fit? They will bring him off the bench to be a sixth man and let him go crazy like that. But since he on a team like the Bulls where they don't have no structure because Lonzo can't not can't, but Lonzo ain't playing more than 26 minutes a game all the time. Lonzo ain't even playing back to backs. Lonzo ain't playing most games. So most games you need a point guard. They don't have a point guard outside of
Kobe
Kobe
is
White.
not a
Kobe
real
White.
point guard.
I
I have to
understand that.
push back.
That's the
Kobe
point
is
I'm
really not a
making.
real point guard.
But that's
Kobe
the
is like
point
the
I'm
combo
making.
guard who likes to score.
That's the point I'm making. You bring him off
And,
the
and,
bench to go crazy, but you
and
can't do
also,
that
I don't
because
know, maybe
Lonzo ain't
Purple can
playing
bear
consistent.
witness. Maybe Purple can bear witness to this as well. Kobe White had a great second half last season, right? Running the point. So they thought that was going to translate into this season being on the opposite side of Josh Giddey. So you have two playmakers because they didn't know how Lonzo was going to recover because this is the first of this kind of surgery and comeback for any player in the history of the NBA. So they were kind of, reticent when it came to Lonzo. So they needed a real point guard with some height because Kobe doesn't have the height. At the same time, even though Kobe did a outstanding job coming off of last season into this
That
season,
Kobe been like
it didn't
6'2",
translate.
man. Kobe
And
White got a little size on him now.
since it didn't translate the way it's supposed to, and Lonzo is holding up so far, this is the time you get rid of Kobe because if you don't get rid of him now, and the season progress, and then at the end of the season, his value will drop tremendously based on the fact that the Chicago got too many guards.
But see, Lonzo hasn't been playing consistently though. He's only been playing 26 minutes a game. And that's why he got like 13 minutes a half. That can mess up an offense in itself by him not being out there on a consistent basis,
But
not
this is
playing
why
every
but
single
this is
game.
why his minutes has increased incrementally.
Yeah,
And,
because of the
and,
knee
and
injury.
right, yeah. I mean, because you got to play it slow because you never been through this before, so you don't know how to handle it. Lonzo is becoming the blueprint of this kind of comeback from that kind of surgery. So whatever Lonzo doing, the notes that they put down of how they train him, what he do on the floor, how much movement, how much time, all that is being noted for the future. If this ever happens again, now there is a blueprint of how to manage this type of injury. So okay, we're cool with that. But what I'm saying is that if Lonzo holds up and Josh Giddey plays the way he's playing, you follow what I'm saying? Not outstanding, but playing within the circumference or the scope of the offense, and Io keeps doing what he's doing, Kobe White is expendable. Because Io is a hometown favorite, so it's going to be a little more difficult trading him when he's being productive and he's a hometown favorite. So Kobe White could be the odd man out and end up somewhere else. Shout out to the Chief.
I had to come up.
Yes, sir. What happened to No Panic? Oh, anyway, we got Purple Baby on the line. No Panic probably come back. But so, thanks for that $10 super chat, Chief. I appreciate it. What's going on over at the BTW?
We popping over at the BTW. We are increasing in support. The influence is high. We're not lumped in with any foolishness in Charlotte space, Lamelo space. We're just building the platform. And I got 2 channels, so I'm building both of those. And I'm in the studio, so I got things going on, man. This is a good problem.
Yeah, it's a good problem.
I haven't been over here as much as I want to. People was starting to come over. You good with Flight? I said, we good. What y'all talking about?
Well, you're running a business, Flight's running a business, and sometimes schedules don't align.
Yeah, they don't align all the time. They don't. But when I can, I do come by. You know what I'm saying? Because we have the BTW and the machine. We good. We family over here. We've been family for what, 5 years?
Yeah, we've been talking about your home team, Chicago, and
Yes.
each of us putting on our GM hats. Do you want to put yours on and give it a spin?
Yes. That's why I jumped on. I said, how could you, if you're talking about the Bulls and I'm here, I have to talk about my Bulls. I want them to do. It seems like Dex, they finally come around to doing what I've been wanting them to do really last year. AK has been clinging to, GMs can be stubborn. They can be some can be very stubborn. It's time to move on. It's time to build around Mataz. We got lucky and got Mataz, because we were surprised. I was surprised that Mataz fell to us. And Mataz has been having very interesting talks in this press conference, Dex. I've been keeping up. Mataz is a hungry dog. He's ready to be unleashed, and he kind of speaks that way, without being like disrespectful, but he does let it be known that he's not here to be sent to the G League. He's not here. He wants to come in. He wants to deal. He wants to show his skills. So it's time to make room for him. And so from that point of view, Patrick Williams, I think, needs to go. Patrick Williams needs to go and find a new home so he can hear a new voice. I think that by getting DeRozan, Levine, and Vooch, I think that squeezed Patrick out. And the focus was more on winning now, especially with Lonzo as well, winning now. So, Patrick had to get in where he could fit in and depend on the personality of the player. Lonzo, he played well with Lonzo because Lonzo would look for Patrick Williams, but Zach LaVine and DeMar ain't looking for nobody. That's not even in their nature. So get LaVine. I joke with you a lot about Zach LaVine coming back to LA because of his Southern Cal. He went to Southern Cal for college, right, Dex?
UCLA.
Yeah, UCLA. I'm sorry. So from that angle, I always talk about him coming back home. I talk a little. I'll jab you a little bit about that. But it's the Bulls are now in a situation where we'll go to the playoffs. Let's say we make it to the play-in this year. We go in. We're not winning no championship this year. Boston, Cleveland, in New York, maybe. That's I think those teams are the ones that one of those teams are gonna come out the East. So do the Bulls stay in basketball purgatory with all this salary, which the Ryan stores don't like to spend? And we know if you follow the Bulls, we know how cheap the Ryan stores are. So the Zach LaVine experiment, I think is over with. I think that go ahead and let Zach go to a contending team where he can try to get a ring. Let Patrick Williams go to a team that's up and coming where he can we can see if he can really develop or if he's or if he if he got it or he don't. He got paid, so he got to play this contract out. If not, then he'll be out. He won't get renewed. And then like you said, Kobe Ayo, like you said, Ayo was a fan favorite because of the nostalgia of Derrick Rose. Ayo kind of reminds the fans of Derrick Rose, which, by the way, I was very appreciative of how he was greeted when he came to Chicago. I loved the way Derrick was received. And also, hey, Lonzo's minutes is up to 28. Lonzo Ball is right on the edge of start his minutes, man. And I said this on my platform, I say it here. I like the way the Bulls are handling Lonzo. I like the fact that they're letting him be free. I like the fact that they're easing up his load, but they're not like telling him to tiptoe around. They're letting him really test his limit, test how far he can go. And Lonzo has responded very, very well. And I'm very, very, very proud of him. I'm very proud of him. You know how I am. I'm nervous at the same time. I was like, oh, come on now. When he failed that one time, I was like, I think it's gonna be like that for a while. He fell down, I was like, okay, get up, Lonzo, get up. It's like, okay, he got back up. Okay, is he limping? Is he, I'm looking, okay, is he limping? Is he, so all that stuff, I think, because I think we are invested overall over this way. And also at the BTW, we're invested in his success, man. I want to see him successful. So because I'm invested in success, I watch, and everything. But he's doing pretty good. And Lonzo's in control of where he goes. I know that some who are talking about him coming to the Hornets, but I like his situation. Dex, I have to be honest with everybody on this platform. I like his situation in Chicago. I like how they're treating him. If he resigns with Chicago, I think Chicago will continue to treat him good. And shout out to my man, I forget my man's name. A shout out to flowers to because me and him had gotten to a little, I wouldn't say like an intense debate, but back and forth early on when I said that Josh Giddey was here to replace Lonzo. Lonzo playing like this, Josh ain't got no chance to deal with this Lonzo. And I'm like, again, and I'm happy to be wrong about that. Lonzo rumors now that Josh Giddey may go with Victor Wembanyama, but I'm just happy that Lonzo's playing well and that he's cooking and that he has a chance to continue to be in the NBA as a great productive player. And I think the Bulls is a good situation for him, Dex, right now.
Do you think Lonzo should win the award for comeback player of the year?
Absolutely, hands down. Absolutely.
But nobody's talking about that.
They should be. That's on Rich Paul. Rich Paul has to push that. Rich has to push that.
Maybe too focused on Bronny.
Well, Rich Paul's hands are full now because he's trying to set up De'Aaron Fox move out of Sacramento.
Yep.
Rich is a busy man. He's trying to orchestrate. He's trying to orchestrate De'Aaron Fox out of Sacramento. There's still I think he still has I still think he has unfinished business with Miles Bridges in Charlotte. He's trying. There's talk that perhaps Bill Simmons is looking for a buyout out of Brooklyn to get up out of there to go to a contender. Really, but there's rumors like that out there. Dex, you got to say something, Purple?
Nah, when you said really about Ben Simmons.
Yeah, but it's out there.
Do Ben Simmons want to link up with Wembanyama?
Everybody want to link up with him. He's the new toy. That what I'm saying. A 20-win team, an all-star on a 20-win team, but yet LaMelo Ball is not, boy. You know, I don't want to get
Okay,
involved.
yeah, I was gonna get to that, but thanks for segueing yourself into that. The Melo Ball snubbed or justified?
Political. You don't snub the leading. You don't lead the second leading vote getter for the fans for guards in the NBA. The leading vote getter in the East. You don't snub him. You don't snub him. The fans have spoken. The fans have spoken. You don't reject. You don't gaslight the fans. You don't gaslight the fans saying that these are children voting. You don't gaslight them. 20 wins is more than 12. When Trae Young was a starter, Kenny, years ago, the Hawks won 11 games when they made
Okay,
him a starter.
hold on one second. You said these are children voting. Who's
That's
voting
what,
for the other players?
yeah, that's the foolishness I'm talking about, Dex. It's like this narrative that, LaMelo Ball is popular because the teenagers are voting for LaMelo Ball. It's really almost an insult. It's really almost something that you should get smacked for. You know,
Doesn't the NBA advertise to teenagers?
the NBA, the most coveted market, the most coveted demographic in all of sports, in all of sales, entertainment, clothes, fashion, is the quote unquote teenagers. If you can capture that youth market, then you can move that youth market along with you as they get older. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. With all due respect, any young people come through here, it is what it is. This is the profile that most marketing people have of youth, of the youth consumer. Impulsive. If they got money, they'll spend it. And if they're excited about something, they'll put money to it out of excitement, clout, social status, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? So when you have the Melo, which by the way, the NFL, I believe, is going to try to do the same with Shador. There's another talk, but but that is the market that you want. That's the market that they want. So you got someone that has captured that market. How dare you not put him out there? Even though it's more than quote unquote children and teenagers who support and watch LaMelo Ball, you know. But that is the most coveted demographic in terms of consumer shopping, retail.
Target, yeah, target.
They target
demographics. Yeah,
it is a targeted it is a big time targeted demographic. It is, you know. So I think they made a mistake. Although Adam, being who he is, someone may become I'm not hoping this on anyone, Dex, but because of the WWE nature of the NBA, and because Adam Silver is rolling out a new format, and he's hunting down. Hey, shout out to Pope B. Frank. He is hunting down Caitlin Clark.
Where do you see Pope at?
No, I'm just shouting him out because he passed by here. Because Caitlin, he's big on Caitlin Clark. So they looking to. I'm curious to see if Pope gonna do some content about that. That they have Adam Silver reached out to Caitlin Clark to be part of the 3-point contest.
Right.
So I was
think
like,
Flight and Pope made a video on that.
Flight and Pope made a video on it. I apologize. I'm going to watch it. I'm about to go and watch it because I noticed because I wanted to hear what the response would be that the NBA would be reaching over to Caitlin for that, which kind of shows. And Caitlin, I think, in my opinion, I think it was good that she said no. Get out of here with that, man. I'm over here raising the WNBA. Now you're trying to bring me over there. I think that she's good where she's at. She can continue to evolve and continue to bring focus to the WNBA. Although maybe the argument can be, well, she came to the All-Star game that would bring focus to the
Okay,
WNBA.
I'm going to put you on the hot seat, BTW. I know we got people in line waiting to speak. Hold on, Purple. Hold on, no panic. I just want to put the BTW Chief Bartran, a.k.a. the former Blue Flame himself. I want to put him on the hot seat when it comes to the Melo Ball.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Chief, do you believe with this Yes, sir. Chief, do you believe with this all-star snubbing that this has made LaMelo Ball rethink his position with the Charlotte Hornets?
I think that it puts pressure on Rick, Gabe, and Jeff. Whatever timeline they may have had in their minds about this, they have to toss it out the window, because the snubbing of LaMelo Ball, as Grant Williams said today in his, because Grant Williams was in, they brought Grant Williams on to talk on the sidelines, and Grant Williams talked about how it wasn't the players, it wasn't the fans, it was the media that snubbed LaMelo Ball. Grant Williams said that from his mouth today. So Rick, Gabe, and Jeff have to find a way to deal with whatever the media bias on LaMelo Ball, which is extended to the Ball family. They're going to have to bake that into the cake. They're going to have to always find a way, and Charlotte's PR is pretty elite. They have to find a way to counter the narrative of LaMelo not being a winning player. So therefore, they have to capture moments and emphasize when he's doing winning things for this franchise. And it also, to answer your question, Dex, I think it does raise the pressure for the front office to pick up the pace, to make moves, to because the LaMelo Ball being snubbed is an indictment. Because the thing that was cited was Charlotte's losing record, even as Kenny has talked about. So that part right there is on Jeff Peterson to build a good team around LaMelo Ball, a team that can help, that's good enough for the Hornets to ascend at least to the point where they can at least compete for the damn cup. You know what I'm saying? And it's steps. Let's start with the cup, then let's get into the playoffs. Something has to be the one. They have to bring something home, Dex. They can't have birds walking around in the ceiling of the Spectrum Center, man. They have to have something. So if they don't, I think that from a point of view of business and branding, I think LaMelo Ball should always be open to, even if he chooses to want to remain in Charlotte, because he said, you build it where you are. But for other considerations, if they don't do what they should, then LaMelo Ball is justified in saying, okay, you all not serious about winning. You want me to put behind the seats, but I have another agenda. They have to line
build it where you are. Yeah, go ahead, Purple.
Speaking of winning, I think another thing I'm afraid for.
But I have a concern.
People being fake. The conversation to another player that I think, since he's been in the NBA, has been putting up good numbers and stuff like that. De'Aaron, I heard for the past probably 2 or 3 days now, Sabonis is the best player because he does this, that, and the third. So I think even when LaMelo's team does get better, it's going to be the progress, or people saying, like, if Brandon Miller got better this year, he got better. It had nothing to do with LaMelo. When they start to win, will it be enough for the people that are very passive aggressive in the media, like Kevin O'Connor and them people like that? Will it be enough for them to admit that LaMelo is the best player on the team? Because even I'll give you another recent example. They haven't had the conversation in a very long time, but even out there in Orlando, I personally believe Pablo is the best player on that team. Pablo makes the needle move, but people say it's France, and I'm like, I look confused. Like, I'll be like, what am I missing that makes France this much of a better player than Pablo? Pablo, first of all, the Magic are really good constructively. Like, they constructed that team really well. But that team don't move without Pablo being there for real. But France is the better player for that team. So that's another thing I'm worried about with LaMelo is, as Brandon Miller continues to get better and whatever they do this year in the draft, and they win, will people say that LaMelo is the best player on this team undoubtedly? Or will they give it to Miller or whoever the rookie is, or even Mark Williams? It's very, like I said, very fake and very passive.
Wait a minute. Purple.
Yes.
You Bears lover?
Yeah.
I didn't know that was you.
Yeah.
All that time in your chat, you didn't know that?
I didn't know that was Purple. I didn't know. I just saw that said Bears lover. Oh, okay, Purple. I appreciate you coming by. I don't know. Did Panic want to say something? Because I want to respond to what you said.
Yeah. Panic, if he's still here.
I just look at the whole thing. Like I said, if by you saying it's the media voters where he lost at, I can see why he gets snubbed. Because like I said, when they ask you questions and your response is like a casual response, you ain't really giving them nothing to go on. You make their job harder. When you make their job harder, why would they want to vote for you in All Stars? Why would they want to vote for you in All Pros, All NBAs? It's like Lamelo, like I said, like I was saying earlier, like Lamelo just ain't he ain't media savvy. Like he don't filter himself and when he in a position to represent the NBA, he don't filter himself. It's like a perfect example. Right? This might be something that like you probably don't realize, or probably I may be wrong when I say this. When you look at Jello Tweaker video, you notice how Lonzo kind of media savvy. So he in the video, but he ain't really too much in him. He understands certain scenes he ain't gonna be in when they pointing like the handguns or whatever like that. Lamelo don't give a fuck. Lamelo ain't like in his mind, he like shit. I don't give a damn about all that shit. I in the video. It's like you not saying you gotta kiss ass, but you gotta play their game to a certain extent.
No, I know. I think that I think I mean Kawhi does the same thing. I mean Kawhi don't cuss.
No, I be for Kawhi give you more though. If you ask Kawhi what happened in the fourth quarter, yeah, he might give you those random one word responses, but for the most part, he can break down or he can give you more in depth of what he see on the court. But what Lamelo is always, oh, I just been hooping for real. I already paying for real. I already been paying attention to that. I just been, doing whatever the coach say. It's like Lamelo is never giving me the mindset of the he want to win. He just seemed like a nigga who want to hoop.
I think him wanting to hoop. I think that for if the media I'm not going to give the enemy anything to feed them. If that's how I feel about them, I'll give them just enough. You ask them a question because the Melo doesn't do this with everybody. There's certain other interviews I've seen it with when Jalen Rose a few years ago when Jalen Rose interviewed him. The Melo was bubbly and talking. Yeah, boom, 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 boom. When Ashley was here, he liked Ashley for some reason. I don't know what that's all about, but he liked talking to Ashley. There's certain media members that LaMelo will talk to, and he will really show his personality too. There's other ones that he won't do that with, and some of them that he don't do that with, I don't blame him because of all the mess that they write all the mess that they write about him, So he'll keep the answer short, quick. Yeah, you asked this question. Yeah, just like you said, this, that, and the other. Oh, you asked that. Yeah, we just listen to the coaches, learn from our mistakes, and all those other things, So I don't necessarily think I don't think it's a thing across the board. There's certain media members Lamelo will be very bubbly with. I've seen it. He's moving his hands and all that stuff. There's other
Yeah,
ones
with the ones
he
that
won't
don't
be.
really matter in the bigger scheme of things, like local, like do the local reporters vote towards All NBA or All Star?
They vote, but the Charlotte media is terrible.
Yeah, like
They are.
national media is what you got to get. Like them reporters that, like I get if somebody read a bad article on you, like yeah, you would be mad. You would say like like they must understand what's going on. They don't understand what's going on in the court, whatever. But I mean, at the end of the day, like you can't pick and choose when to be professional.
He don't go on those. He doesn't go on those. I think if he wanted to go to national media, if Jalen Rose was still kind of active, he likes Jalen Rose. He can go through Jalen Rose for stuff like that. Has a connection with his team. You know what I'm saying? If you want to go through the national media, if Jalen, but Lamelo doesn't like going on pods. None of that stuff. I mean, if we catch Lamelo on the pod, Dex, I think although Lamelo was on Jello's video, he was on the video at the top. I like seeing that, But as far as like going on a pod and all that stuff, Lamelo just don't do that. It's like the only time I've seen him pop out from his basketball was when he called to roast Kai Kanat on him not being able to play. There's a game he got killed a couple of times, I think on Fortnite or one of those games, and he called to cook Kai Kanat on his stream about that, because I think him and Kai got a little thing going. He sent Kai shoes and all that stuff. So, this is that generations, man. They are they. If you want Lamelo, if you want Lamelo to come out of his shell, that's the way you got to come to Lamelo. You got to come to Kai Kanat and those guys. If he goes to Kai Kanat, it doesn't matter what the media say, though Kai don't have a vote, but his popularity will increase, and we'll see, how that goes, But there's something I want to say to Purple. Is you've been over there, so I've been talking about this, Purple.
Mm-hmm.
That is a concern that I have. It upsets some people. It upsets some people in my chat when I
Yeah.
brought it up. It upsets some people in my video when I posted it. If or when LaMelo Ball goes to another team, I just talked about this a couple of days ago. I think there's an assumption that he'll have the same role, or maybe there's a thought, or maybe this hasn't been thought through. I'm not talking about the people here. I'm talking about in general now.
Mm-hmm.
That it's assumed that LaMelo will have the same role that he'll have on Charlotte. And just like you said, Purple, and we know this, before Brandon kind of had his sophomore slump, he still had a good season, but it was a sophomore slump. There was active talks inside and outside of Hornet space, Charlotte space, that Brandon Miller was an equal to LaMelo Ball, that Brandon Miller was the 1A or 1, there was debates on whether in between LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller was a 1A or 1B situation. You know what I'm saying? Even talks of trade LaMelo from outside, trade LaMelo Ball, and just build a team around Brandon Miller. That was the talk early on until Brandon Miller showed that he's not ready, nowhere near ready to take on that type of mantle. Nowhere near ready. Especially trying to learn Lee's system, which is different from Clifford's. I think that that adjustment period, I think Brandon has to adjust, and hopefully he'll come back next year. But like you said, if Brandon would have improved, if the Hornets would have won more games and Brandon Miller would have been cooking, the media would have went to Brandon Miller and said, yes, you see, Brandon Miller. There would have been those who would have went to Brandon Miller to keep from giving, because these are human beings. These are people. They have their biases. There is something about LaMelo Ball and what he represents that certain swaths of this media, but LaMelo can bend over, no panic. He can go to a damn a class and media training class, and all of a sudden talking oh yes, this, that, and I think the philosophy, he can be all philosophy. He can do all the philosophical things that Kyrie Irving does. Kyrie has been snubbed. You know what I'm saying? Kyrie Irving himself, one who should be easily a top 75, is off the top 75. You know what I'm saying? So Kyrie is put to the side. Kyrie is doing all that. One of the most thoughtful NBA players in the game right now. One of the most thoughtful human beings to me in the world, and he does the game with the media. Once they have decided to pin a narrative on you, they keep it there, and it takes it takes time to get it to change that narrative. The same white chocolate. That's why I did the white chocolate Allen Iverson comparison. They treat LaMelo with the same energy they treated white chocolate. They treat him with the same energy that they treated Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson broke through. He broke through. There's a lot of crocodile tears and flowers to Iverson now. But Dex, when he was playing, especially when he crossed over Michael and was talking a little trash about that, they never forgave Iverson for making the GOAT stumble twice. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they never forgave Allen. They never forgave Allen Iverson when he showed up getting Rookie of the Year in a jogging suit with a stocking cap on to receive it from Stern. You know what I'm saying? When they featured him on Slam magazine, they tried to airbrush his cornrows to make it look like it was a short haircut and not
tattoos.
What was that?
And his tattoos.
And his tattoos. They sure did, Dex. They airbrushed his cornrows and tried to remove his tattoos. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And everything. So to answer your question, Purple, I have a feeling if he moves to another team, let's say LaMelo Ball is moved this offseason, he goes to a team that wins.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on what other players on that team, they will say LaMelo's there to help.
Yep.
They won't say that is there LaMelo's addition put them over the top. They won't do it. They're not going to give it to him. They're not going to give it to him. So it's going to have to either be taken from them, LaMelo's team, and this is where you
don't think you don't think LaMelo can be co-partners like Magic and Kareem?
Say what?
You don't think LaMelo, if he goes to a team, he could be co-partners like Magic and Kareem, Bird and McHale? You know what I'm saying?
I think for the team he could be Dex. I'm talking about the narration right now.
That's what I'm saying. The narration.
The narration, Dex, it depends. Dex, if the media, in certain elements of the media, were already willing to toss Lamelo to the side for Brandon Miller, and the only reason why they haven't done it is because Brandon is hurt and he didn't cook. You know what I'm saying? Going to another squad with player that is way better than Brandon Miller. You know, you see what I'm saying? Because as a player, Lamelo can play next to anybody in the NBA, regardless. You know, but there is
I
something.
doubt that.
But there is something about the narration of LaMelo Ball, right? Even though I think it will be smart because you get the youth in, but the avatar of the youth, they don't want that. That's why they was pushing Tyree's little dull ass. You know, they want a different avatar for the youth, and the youth have picked LaMelo. You know, and they're trying. That's why they're pushing up Wemby. He can be the one. He's
Ooh,
tall.
it's so aggravating, Archie.
Huh?
When I tell you that's aggravating, it's very aggravating. Like
What?
Wemby too tall to be the face of the NBA.
I can't stand it. Dex.
Yeah, it's irritating.
Wemby should have a quadruple double by now, bro.
Yeah, I heard you say that. Yeah.
Wemby should be able to get 10 blocks, 10 assists, and 10 rebounds. From the mid-range mid-post area, if they want to like run the offense through him, put him in the mid-post area and let him pass the cutters from the post to shooters. That'll get his assist up. He's quick enough. He can do. He got David. Dex. He has David Robinson in the building. Why isn't he learning from David Robinson, man? David Robinson, one of the best face-up centers ever.
He's probably treating David Robinson like Bynum treated Kareem.
Well, Kareem, you got you. Well, I've heard stories about Kareem.
How do you judge?
Huh?
The all-time scoring leader at the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Andy Bynum was something else, wasn't he?
Kareem, man, Andrew Bynum, he couldn't deal with, because Kareem ain't no nonsense. Dex, Kareem ain't playing games with these young pups. Get in here and learn, or don't waste my time.
Right, exactly. No, I ain't here for the giggles. I'm here to help you.
I'm not here to babysit you. You either in or you out. So I think Bynum was too immature, man, to take advantage of it, to look past that, to take advantage of it.
Definitely. I remember that. No, I was just gonna add on to the Victor thing too. My thing is with Victor, like if we know that he's just gonna be this ultimate cheat code, and even people like Joker that are not good defenders, and people like Sabonis, if y'all know he can't guard him, I don't understand, or they're not going to be able to guard him because of his length. What's the salivation? Like I don't understand. Like until we get some people up in here that can do something with him from a defensive perspective, I don't understand, because it's not like I wasn't around for the early days of Shaq and stuff. Not with the Lakers. I was around then. But I just don't get it. Like I be looking like, okay, yeah, he's tall. Next, go to the next player. Like he's a 2K builder player. Like, come on, like let's.
It was a big deal. It was a big deal when Shaq came out. It was a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Until he started rapping. When he became Shaq Fu, that kind of upset some of the traditionalists.
Oh yeah,
they felt like he was rapping and not paying attention to basketball and all that stuff. Ultimately, that ran him out of Orlando.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't like the, hell, I mean, he made some good songs. The Foosnickens was the people, was the crew that he hooked up with.
That money get him out of Orlando. You go from 52 million to 95 million. Shit.
It was no panic. It was the money, but also Shaquille was single at that time. He was doing what single men do. There was an article that came out about Shaquille O'Neal, doing whatever he was doing as a single man, and Shaq, and from the press kind of hopped on Shaq for living the life of a single man, and he's living his life as a single man. He's rapping, blah 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 blah. So the money was a part of it, but it wasn't the only part. It was a lot going on in Orlando that Shaq just decided, let me take my ass to LA and get up out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What I've done for him. So LaMelo, to close this out for Dex, man, Getting back to Dex.
Oh, hold on 1 second before you close out. We got a NDW. How you doing, bro? Or sis?
Hi, how y'all doing?
Oh, it's a sis. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's a girl.
Yes. How you doing? What's your name and where you from?
Natik, and I'm from Dallas.
Ooh, D-Town. Okay. Can you do the Dougie?
Probably not.
Okay, D-Town Stump. Shout out to you. How did you find out about the cannon?
I've been watching guys for over a year now. I follow the news when it comes to the Charlotte and what the Melo Ball is doing with the family and everything. So I've been following that since.
Oh, okay, that's what's up. So, are you a subscriber?
No, I'm not a subscriber. As far as the channel, yeah, I'm a subscriber that way, but I don't do a lot of like donations and stuff yet. So uh,
But you're
I gotta.
subscribed. You're part of the almost 10,000 subscribers to Flight Sports TV.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so anything that you want to share to the global world of digital landscape of YouTube?
Real quick, I just want to make a statement because ever since this whole All Star thing has happened, if I'm with the GM, I think you guys already talked about it. I would be going hard in the paint this summer about getting better players around him. It just is
I agree.
just to make the team a lot better because it just seems like the media they don't see they don't really see Lamelo and his talents unless the team's at least winning. And the deciding vote for him to be a reserve was the coaches. They don't put out who voted for who, but it was the coaches that decided the reserves. So I'm like, can y'all factor that in the all the votes all together because it just kind of threw the whole thing out of loop to me. So that sucks. Again, in hard in the paint, I'm looking at Zion. I'm looking at Brent Ingram, Zoe, whoever else is available through trade. I'm just doing everything I can. I'm gonna go hard in the paint because you have him for what 3 more years, and he's probably gonna leave. He's gonna bounce, and I hate to see that for Charlotte. I would love to see Charlotte get one, but I do love my Dallas Mavericks. So outside of Mavericks, I would love to see Charlotte get one, and with the one of the Melo Ball brothers. So that's it. That's my bud.
Yeah. So, how you feel about Kyrie not being a part of the All Star festivities?
I think that is kind of a punch in the gut. He's not overly showing that he can be an All Star, but I would at least think somebody from the Mavericks would get there. It's like somebody's doing something good enough to keep the team afloat, and it's like did we get no love for that right now? And Luka is hurt, and he don't even get not enough votes to maybe be in there, and then somebody replace him through the injured reserve vote. So I don't know what's going on there. So
I mean, I a Dallas fan too, mostly on the script of Kyrie. I don't think Kyrie played this season enough to be an All-Star.
mhm.
And like I say, you right, somebody keeping the team afloat, but I mean, it's like, shit, we still got Clay over there who inconsistent at the
He
best.
yeah,
People gonna try to
very
act like he
inconsistent.
ain't, but he inconsistent. PJ have a couple of good games. Nazi carry us a couple of games at the beginning of the season with Kyrie still been healthy, but Luca being out, I mean,
Mhm.
it's hard to see. It's hard to see that. And I ain't saying Kyrie playing bad.
Mhm.
Kyrie just can't be who Kyrie is when he don't have that other player that control the ball at least
Mhm.
60% of the game. Like the other handler, like Nazi, he can handle the ball, but you don't want him in his hand the entire
Mhm.
game unless Kyrie out.
I
But
think for the Dallas Mavericks, a good trade for another ball handler. No, a guy who can pass the ball a lot and can see the floor. Another floor general. That's what you really need. And I think Zoe would be a good trade option or buyout option. I don't know if he really wants to come to Dallas though, but I would try to go get him. I really would to make sure
yeah,
this team is still
yeah.
solid. Plus, he
Cause
can
see,
play
that's what it
defense too.
see, they bring Nazi in to be an extra ball handler, but see, I feel like how you say, we need somebody not super passive, but passive enough who can still knock the three down and still play defense. I think Zoe will be perfect for that for real. I never thought about that to be real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's something to think about. And also for the yeah, again for Charlotte, I would just really go hard in the paint. After, I'm not sure who's going to get number one overall, but after after the draft and everything's all cleared up and stuff, I would just be going real hard to go get anybody and everybody who's better for our team, for that team because they need as much help as possible. Plus to showcase that not Zoe, Lamelo is a true all star and he can help a team win. He can lead the team to winning.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And Zion, DeJounte just went down today, so he's out for the season from the game.
Mm-hmm.
So for the Pelicans, they're looking to move Vi.
Mm-hmm.
Zion, the way he's talking in these press conferences, he's ready to go. And it looks like the Pelicans are about to do a reset with DeJounte hurt. It's like you can let Trey Murphy and the rest of them and Missy just get development in, tank for flag, and then move and get picks and good assets from Zion and Bi. And like you said, I would love to see Zion and Charlotte if that happens. I would love to see that.
Zion, Flag, and Bi, and Enzo, and everybody else. I just get in and everybody. I don't
I
care.
don't know if
Just
they
go
ever get
get
everybody.
somebody to help that young man go win some games, so he can finally be an All
Well,
Star too. Like,
if but I think Zion needs a new location. I
mhm.
think that he's playing nice, but he's getting less and less nice. Um, the people asked him about his game, and he said right at the press conference, "Well, if I'm physically able to play back to back, but I work for the Pelicans, so they said I can't do it, and because of this, and so I guess I have to go with what they're talking about." I was like,
If you a dominant player, you telling them, telling any and everybody, I'm playing. I don't care who it is. It's
he's
like
not
that's crazy to me. No,
he's not pushing that's the point I'm making in DW. He's not pushing the issue.
yeah, I know.
He
He
ain't
ready to get
pushing
out
the
of there.
issue. He's ready to go. So
He
he's
been sour
good.
about not being drafted by New York. That's what it is too.
Well, he can forget about New York. New York got their team together. He can forget about New York, maybe Brooklyn, if he want that area. But I'm telling you, if he goes to Charlotte, because there's talk that he wants to be in a place where he can be more marketed and he can get more attention. You go to Charlotte on the receiving end of a few lobs from the Melo Ball. That's all you need. That's all he needs.
Yeah.
He'll get all the attention that he can handle if he goes to Charlotte. That it can be an inside out game. Brandon Miller will be back healed, healthy. Lamelo and Brandon can control the outside. He can control the inside. Charles Lee got to go into his bag because he's going to have to alter his 5-out system to accommodate Zion. If he's a good coach, he should be able to do that. If he's not, then move to the next coach. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see what they do. They need to do something though. They to sit and just slow walk this. Well, we're like step 2, and now we're gonna be in step 3. I don't think that the fan base. I think this is the last. For some, the patience is over with for Charlotte. For others, they're willing to okay, we're gonna just kind of let this season go, but we expect something drastically different come next year. Like you said, we
Mm-hmm.
expect moves to be made. I want to see if Jeff decides. Although there are people who don't like a cold game, I think that was a good pickup. Although he just hurt himself, I think that's a good pickup. His energy, his defensive energy, is higher than Josh Green's, and he will go to the basket. And if he goes to the basket, he's not jumping up looking to pass and do all type of craziness like Josh Green. He will actually go and try to dunk on you. So I like his aggression. If he's a 3 and D, that's the energy that's needed around Lamelo for a 3 and D, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, we'll see. We'll see what they do. I'm curious because the deal's about to pick up. I will be covering those deals at Tri Sports Media. I'm sure Flight will be covering them. So I want to see overall who's going where. If De'Aaron lands wherever he lands, if Jimmy it can get out of Miami, and if Zach LaVine, where it is, Zach LaVine and Vooch both may be up out of Chicago. That's what the talk is. And BI also it is talk that there's maybe a deal for BI as well. But we'll see. We'll begin to see more when these deals come up, and I'll cover them. Jeff Peterson, the VP of the Hornets. If Okogie is the only thing that he does this all season, he better have a hell of a mouthpiece to explain that at the press conference.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So, Purple, if you're still there, on what you said, if Lamelo goes to another team where he's the guy, like Washington, like one of those teams, even Toronto,
maybe even Brooklyn too.
Maybe Brooklyn, but Brooklyn, that owner, Joe Tsai, I don't feel him. I ain't feeling him. They got good ownership. Jeff did leave. Jeff did leave from up there. Tsai, I just the way they allowed the way they did Kyrie, the way James was kind of got up out of there. It's like I don't know. Although as far as LaMelo's house, Brooklyn would be perfect because Rock Nation. That's like the only place. I think Dex Smith said this. That upper corner, that New York area is the only area that where Clutch isn't really established up there. That is still Rock Nation up in that area. So since LaMelo's a Rock Nation client, for that aspect of it, it would help LaMelo from that aspect of it, I think, because he'd be right there in the house. He'd be right next door to Jay-Z, just don't go to those parties. And then he can conduct business, can rock the chain, all other stuff, and as long as they keep Cam there to go with him and Claxton, you know what I'm saying? Cam Johnson may be gone, but I'm talking about Cam Thomas. They keep him and Cam Thomas there for that backcourt. You get some good centers. Keep Nick there They can kind of build, and then they can get a high pick. Because Brooklyn's probably gonna get a high pick because I don't think Brooklyn's gonna make it into the playoffs. So I think they're gonna be hunting for Cooper as well. There's gonna be a lot of hunting for Cooper Flag, but he's not the only one. Ace Bailey. I would love to see him on the Hornets. I don't see the pressure. This is the concern I have about Cooper Flag. Yeah, I'm concerned that the pressure to crown him for him to cook. I think that it would be best for Cooper to go to a team where he's like the guy from day one, right? Where he's not having to share the ball with anybody. It could get messy in Charlotte if Cooper Flag is there, especially if the talk is LaMelo's not a winning player. Yeah. It'll be the same as it was when the thought was Scoot Henderson was coming to Charlotte. The talk was LaMelo can go off to the side and Scoot can have the ball in his hands. That was the talk before they got Brandon Miller. So it's like, okay, so we're going to have a situation where certain people, the flag guys, whoever they are, they see that that Cooper isn't getting enough touches. LaMelo isn't getting him involved. This is why they're not winning, all that foolishness, and then Brandon needed his touches. So I would like for Brandon to go, not Brandon, Cooper, to go to a team where he's the guy, or at least if they got like a good point guard, he's the guy in the front court. You know what I'm saying? That way he has his area where he can cook. The other player have their area where they can cook. Like the Jazz, him and Laurie, I think it work for the Jazz. They can, John Collins also. There's talk that John Collins is on the table to be dealt as well. So Collins might not even be there. They trying to. The word is Obi Toppin, and they're just looking to move Obi Toppin. So there's a lot of stuff going on. But Ace Bailey, Harper, Ed Crombie, even the center, maybe the center from Duke, maybe need to stay another year. Malak, although he's pretty good, he's a good inside-out center, man. Zion James was buried at Duke. Zion, I think, should stay another year. We heard nothing from Zion at all. But they have a good class. Gilbert Elijah Arenas is going to USC, I believe. He just announced on Gilbert's pod. that he's on his way to USC. And
Bryce is
everything.
going to Arizona.
Who's going to Arizona?
Bryce James.
Bryce is going. Oh yeah, Bryce is going to Arizona. Yes, Bryce is going to Arizona. There's a few other good ones, man. I mean, so these are I cover a lot of the Hornets, but I'm trying to keep an eye on all the rest of them too because I love basketball altogether. Don't really matter, But yeah, Bryce is about to go to college. He'll be in the NBA. I think he has a higher upside than Bronny. I think he does because he plays more of an old man game. His game is more below the rim, and he's learning the tricks and the techniques to get his shot off. And I like what he's doing. We'll see if Bronny comes along, and everything. I think they should keep him more down in the G League and just let him cook down there, But that is what it is. But we'll see. We'll see what's going. That's what I'm going to start talking about with the Hornets at least. Who the Hornets looking to get? Cooper Flag, Brandon Miller, and Lamelo would form a nice big three. You know what I'm saying? And Lamelo will make sure that Cooper eats. I don't think that'll be a problem. Lamelo is not a selfish player. Cooper will get his touches with Lamelo ball as long as he, if he runs and he'll be on the other end of Lamelo balls plays. Cooper and Lamelo will cook. Like I tell you, who should be concerned if Cooper comes to Charlotte. I think Brandon Miller should be more concerned with Lamelo ball because Brandon Miller is very passive. If Brandon Miller don't get more aggressive, Cooper is gonna come in aggressive. We can already see that. Yeah, Cooper. Go ahead, Purple.
Yeah, I agree with the Cooper thing. Like once again, I like I told Pope too. I think Cooper's very talented. I don't dislike him. My worry is even with Charlotte, can he he gives me like, okay, I can be the best player. Like, I'm gonna be honest, no rookie has ever did this. I don't think Cooper's gonna do this, but it wouldn't surprise me if Cooper came in the NBA giving you anywhere from 21 to 25 points a game. That's just how I feel. And I'm more on the 25 points in than anything. But I feel like Cooper gives me, I'm gonna get mine regardless. But because the team is so incompetent, it's not really gonna matter. If you know what I'm saying, like it's not really attributing to nothing but me filling out the box score. That's how I feel about Cooper, even now in college, because Cooper's played with a lot of talented pieces, and to me, he's not pushed those the team over the edge, and that's not his fault. He's not responsible for when other players don't show up, but it just worries me because I
Aaron
know.
Gordon in Orlando.
What'd you say? No panic.
I said Aaron Gordon in Orlando. That's exactly who he's gonna be.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't see nothing special. I see Tyler Hansborough.
Woo.
I think
Interesting.
Charlotte should get that big. If they can't get Cooper Flag, I would say that big.
Malak?
Yes.
So trade down to get him, because that would be a trade down if they in the top 3.
You think they should go for Malak and make him and Mark fight it, and make him and Mark fight it out for the starting spot?
Yes, because Mark has just been too hurt lately, and you know what? Yeah, let him fight it out and see who stays healthy the longest, and go at it with like a too big lineup with like what Cleveland is doing, or you just have one back up the other.
Malak could play the Mobley role. He got that skill. He got that skill. We'll see. Purple, you ain't feeling it.
I mean, I don't disagree with it. I'm just not in like. He's another thing I worry about because that offense is so focused around Cooper. Out there at Duke. I'm like with you where I'm like he should stay another year, and then sometimes I'm like, okay, he could go in and come out. I think it's going to depend on, to me, how good he looks in the workouts when he participates in the workouts. Because if we thinking that, these GMs and these talent scouts are like, listen, when he get to the draft process, we're gonna see if he can create his own offense.
Yes.
Or anything of the sort. I think he should stay one more year just to kind of prove.
Yeah, I agree. Him and Sion, I agree. I think Cooper has sucked up all the energy, and so I think a year wouldn't hurt them, But if they can go in, if they're a top pick in the NBA, Purple, they're gonna jump in because it's risky because of the class is coming behind them. they could drop depending on
Yeah,
how
yep,
Gilbert plays and if Bronny Cooks and some other ones, man. There's a lot of good players coming behind them.
yeah,
So they may want to jump out and take their chances instead of waiting and Gilbert blow up. I forgot AJ DeBonster is in
yeah.
BYU. I mean, so if they stay another year, that's what they're competing against to get that top pick.
But,
AJ right now is AJ's.
mhm,
You gonna say something, Purple?
absolutely. But I would riddle me this: what do he do better than Mark Williams right now, in your opinion?
Malak?
Yes.
Well, if you leave him on the island, he will at least shoot the three.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he will at least shoot it. Mark won't shoot it. I mean, the defenses I've noticed, and this is Lee's system. It is what it is. Charles runs a lot of, and you've heard me when I'm describing this.
Mm-hmm.
Charles runs a lot of his half court offense through that center or that four.
Mm-hmm.
LaMelo Ball will bring it up, or Brandon Miller bring it up. They will toss it over to the center to set up the handoff or whatever they're setting up. You know what I'm saying? And if Mark has not been comfortable, they do their drop coverage and sag off of him, and they literally leave him out there to shoot. Or Mark does not even put the ball on the floor to make a move, like to get if he's at the 3-point line, he's not gonna put the ball on the floor. Now you can say that's basketball intelligence. He's not gonna try to turn the ball over. He's not Kai Jones, but it's like he cannot. He has to be in a position where he must be accounted for at least, so that they won't focus more on LaMelo or whoever's out there,
Yeah,
because all that's
Brandon.
gonna do is clog the paint. So at least with Kaman, he'll shoot the three. He seems like he is comfortable dribbling the ball, So I think off the bat, perhaps I got to see more of him. I think he's at least more comfortable with the ball in his hand, doing something with it, rather than waiting for the next handoff or waiting for LaMelo, somebody to run to him to get the ball. And the double team is immediate. As soon as he hand the ball off their hands, are damn near into the handoff, And by the time they get something going, it's 9 to 8 seconds left in the shot clock. 6, 5. Now LaMelo being a savant that he is, LaMelo can create shots, regardless, But now that LaMelo is not there, that's a mixed bag. Brandon cannot do that. Brandon has been a mixed bag when Brandon has tried it. Same with Miles, So, and with Trey out, who's out for the rest of the year, they just announced that Trey got to have back surgery, so he's out. So Trey's done for this year. So now he'll be a very affordable contract next year because his bag is shot. Now he's not gonna get no high bag with back problems. It's just not gonna happen. Although he's an unrestricted free agent, he's gonna end up signing with Charlotte
Yeah.
because I don't think no one's gonna give him a big bag. But we'll see. We'll
Yeah.
see.
Yeah. It'll be with a promise, but I'm not mad. But once again, I think it's some centers later in the draft that have shown a higher upside offensively, better than him.
Like
And
who?
I think it's something they should wait on because again, it's gonna be a lot of teams in that bottom half. Well, Philadelphia don't have their pick, but they probably can't make no moves. So we're just gonna skip on over them.
What team, Purple? I want to see who these centers are. I want to begin to look at.
One of them is from Cretington. I think his first name is
Okay.
Kyle. The other center is Danny Wolf. Then you got some, I think it's one from Auburn. His name is Johnny. Can't pronounce his last name. And who is the last guy? My mind is drawing a blank.
I'm gonna start looking them up.
Let me see. Danny Wolf, I gave you his name already. Johnny,
yes,
plays for Auburn. Where is the other guy? Oh, and then this other guy, I seen him early on. His name is Rocco, I think. He's a overseas center playing in the NBL, I believe.
In the NBL, okay. So there's some
NBL. Either they're showing one or two things.
Okay.
Oh, and the other guy is Thomas. Where's Thomas' name? I don't know how to. He plays at Georgetown. But some of these guys, when I think about Mark, are showing like higher offensive side than compared to the guy we was just talking about. He's just bigger and longer, or defense, which is specifically the guy from overseas.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to start looking them up. What have been watching? Have been watching Nick now that he's been in Phoenix, Purple?
I mean, he's doing what listen, let's hope that he continues. That's all I'm gonna say. Because you don't want to wish bad on nobody, but right
Right.
now it's not looking good for Charlotte or New Orleans because with what's his name came out and said like it's just a hellhole down there.
Who
What is
said
it?
that?
The one
Rozier.
guard, the guard. Remember
Oh,
the
you talking
Terry
about
guard?
Terry
Rozier.
Rozier? Terry
Yeah.
selling
No,
Terry.
not Terry. I remember Terry, the one from New Orleans.
Oh no, Austin Rivers.
No, not Austin. Austin Rivers. Dylan. Dyson Daniels.
He said that.
Huh?
Oh, he did say
Yeah.
it. He did say it.
Yep.
He said it when he went to Atlanta. He did say it. He did say
Yep.
Who are you talking about?
He
Charlotte?
still did. No,
No,
Dyson
in
Daniels,
New
Dex
Orleans.
out the defensive
Oh,
savant out of
I know you're talking about the one who patterned his game out to Lonzo. But I thought you was talking about Charlotte. Yeah,
No,
because
I
Terry
said
Rozier spoke bad about Charlotte.
Charlotte because remember what PJ said is I think he said it's good to play for a winner or whatever he said. When Dallas went, I said,
Tyler
"Whoa,
said that. Tyler put that in the chat.
yeah,
Tyler Hero.
yeah, oh yeah." And with his, ooh, he made me want to sock him in his
Shot
face.
chucking.
Yeah,
LaMelo's a shot chucker, but
and
Tyler
you
Hero's an
see,
all-star.
yeah, but you see how they gaslighting Jimmy. Oh, the team is good and all this. I said, wow. That's a code. When
I'm
they get
gonna
done with
yeah.
you, they done with you, bro. Like the way they just making Jimmy, they like, listen, you ain't even gonna go to a better team. You about to go to Washington and be irrelevant, Charlotte and be irrelevant. That's where you going. You're not gonna go where I say you can go because they know he ain't gonna leave that money, in which he shouldn't. But that's Pat Riley is a cold
No,
piece.
Pat is something else. Pat is something else.
He's
Jimmy
a cold piece.
also is something else. I mean,
Pat is a shrewd operator.
it's Charlotte culture. Jimmy knew what he was getting to and went down there. I mean,
Yeah.
and it's
Yeah.
that's interesting. I'm waiting to see how that play out before I speak more to it because there's a lot of stuff coming out. It's interesting. The
Because
players are weighing in on this and what they're talking about. It's very
yeah, like
interesting.
I agree with them. It was wrong for him to go do what he did in Minnesota. That was crazy. But I didn't hear unless I just wasn't paying attention that he did anything in Philly. I was under the thing. I think they didn't have the money for him or whatever because they had gave it to
Tobias.
yeah, Tobias. That's all I heard about it. And I was like, I didn't know he was causing trouble out there in Philadelphia. Him and Embiid got along, and I think him
Yeah,
and
but
Simmons also got along. That's why I was like, what? He caused trouble in Philadelphia. What
see,
are y'all
Philly
talking?
was
They
see
call
Philly
Ben
was fun.
Simmons soft.
That's what I'm saying. That's what. Hey, that's exactly what I was about to say. It wasn't Embiid. It was Simmons. It was Simmons. He was too hard on Simmons. Little, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He was hard on Simmons, and they picked Simmons over Jimmy in Philadelphia. And Tobias. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying? It's crazy. Um, but let me see. But I want to wait before I speak to Jimmy Butler because there's heat culture and
right.
I don't like that posse mentality that they have down there
Yep.
where Pat can do no wrong. It's like no, let's not do that, Tim Hardaway. Let's
Right.
not do that. Let's not do that, Udonis. Let's not do that. Let's not just don't let's not do that when other players are saying that there's other stuff going on down there in Miami. Now, I mean, I know you want to be loyal to your boy. Maybe that's what Pat requires down there, but I think Pat should speak to it. Jimmy said they would have won. Pat said you shut your mouth. It's like
Right.
it's been all types of drama down there. And I plan on talking about it after the trade deadline. Once Jimmy is traded, I got a whole video I'm gonna do and I'm gonna upload
Yeah.
it.
Because
And I'm
how the
gonna
money
talk
is,
about
how the money working, it's a middle finger to Bradley Beal right now. That's how I'm feeling.
yes.
But yeah, how the money looking, teams like Charlotte, Utah, I'm missing San Antonio, they got the cash, they can absorb those big contracts, but somebody's going to a bad team and they know it. Bill know it and Butler know it.
Yeah, yes.
That's why Bill gonna say, "Oh, I didn't come." He shouldn't still have a no trade clause.
Well,
That's some
yeah,
wild
well,
stuff.
in Brook Brown.
You should
It's
never have
that's,
a contract.
yeah, they gave it to him.
Washington smiling like a mug. Like, yeah, y'all gotta deal with that.
Yeah, man. I mean, Bill, they overreached with Bill, and he's in control because of the contract. I'm curious to see again how they work that out. The word is they're working it out. They look like it might be a 14 deal to get it done. But the key is Bradley Bill. They got to go to Bill and say, "Would you like to go to this team?" And Bill say no, then the deal is off.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He could have taught John Wall something because John Wall also had a no trade clause and he chose to wait. But I bet you John Wall sitting there right now, like, damn, I should have just kept it. Kept it.
Hey, well,
Agreed.
they Phoenix made a mistake. They was playing 2K, with real
Yeah, in real
players, man.
life.
It's
In real
like
life.
Bradley Bill was a mistake from the jump.
I
Trying
said,
to slide Devin over to damn point. What is that? He's not no point guard.
Hey, Chad, I got a question for y'all. Does anybody follow the WNBA here?
Loosely.
I'm trying to get into it. I'm being quiet for right now so I can get some understanding.
Yes.
Okay. Well, today there was a big trade again. Today it was a 3-team trade with Dallas, Phoenix, and Indiana Fever. So,
What you think about Brittany going down there to Brittany's going to Atlanta, right?
yeah, she is. I'm
I don't
like,
think I'm gonna say
damn, I
Diana.
wanted to get her too. I know she's not at like her most peak best, but I still want to get her. She's a presence in the paint. So we
So
need
is
to.
Taurasi cooked because of this?
No, because guess what? Dallas, they cored Satu. She's going to Phoenix.
I'm talking about didn't Taurasi play? Okay, so Taurasi's still playing, right? In Phoenix, right?
Yes, if she would decide sign a contract to come back because she's contemplating retirement. But with the teams they got right now in Phoenix with Satu just now with the trade.
Oh, I forgot Satu down there. Okay.
They just traded up to Phoenix. So it's like, man,
Okay.
she got a squad almost right there. She can come back.
Okay. Yeah, I saw Satu went down there. Okay. I pay attention a little bit. I need to know more. I need to know a little bit more, but I pay attention to some of the sisters who are playing. I'm getting interested into it. I kind of like the style of play in some of it a little bit better than the NBA right now.
I just wish them all the best, especially my team, the Dallas Wings. I really hope the best for them. I'm gonna sign off, you guys. I love y'all. I'm gonna keep watching, and y'all have a good night. Okay.
All right, we appreciate you, Ian, and make sure you sub to the channel, and I'll come back.
I
Hit that
will. I sure
notification
will.
bell. Hit that notification bell so you'll know anytime that we go live, and you can be a part of something great. And the Flight Sports TV experience is just out of control. Man, is it exuberant to be a part of Flight Sports TV. And we appreciate your voice and we appreciate your content.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Chief, we can wrap it up.
You have a good night, Dex.
You too, man, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, I'll either see you over here or either I'll be over here or I'll see you over there, whichever.
Exactly.
Man, I appreciate you coming through always. Shout out to you, Flight. I appreciate you, man, always. And the machine, Flight Sports TV, baby.
Yes, sir. And listen, thanks for everybody that pulled up in this night edition of Flight Sports TV, Flight After Dark. The experience is out of control. We had the BTW, we had NDW, we had Purple Baby, we had No Panic, we had Fresh Prince Belize, we had Marvin Tatum, we had Flight himself, and this was a very groovy stream to be a part of. And for the collective, we wish you all a Saturday morning as we sign off here at Flight Sports TV. Salute to you. And if you have yet to subscribe to Flight Sports TV, this is a grand opportunity to do so. And hit that like button, hit the notification bell, and we are out.
Flight Sports TV.